You've been lied to about mental strength. They told you it comes from confidence, from having control over everything, from never feeling doubt or fear. But if that were true, why do so many people who seem strong still crumble under pressure? Why do you still feel reactive, frustrated, and trapped in emotions you can't control? The truth is, real power doesn't come from forcing the world to bend to your will. It comes from mastering yourself, from building a mindset so unshakable that no insult, no failure, no setback can break you. And no philosophy in history has perfected this better than Stoicism. For thousands of years, the greatest minds, Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus, trained themselves to be untouchable. They learned how to face chaos with clarity, turn obstacles into weapons, and stay in control no matter what life threw at them. They built minds that were fireproof, and tonight you're going to do the same. As you listen, something will change. The endless overthinking, it will slow down. The emotional reactions, they'll start to lose their grip. And when you wake up tomorrow, the world won't control you anymore. You'll walk through life with the kind of strength most people only dream of. Calm, focused, unbreakable. This isn't just another audio to fall asleep to. This is the beginning of a Stoic mindset. Are you ready? Let's begin. You've been at war with the world, and you don't even realize it. Every day, something tries to shake you, an insult, a disappointment, a failure. People lie, plans fall apart, emotions rise like storms, and every time you react, you let frustration take over, you let fear creep in, you let the outside world control your inner world. But that ends tonight. There is a place within you that no chaos can reach, no words can harm, no failure can break. The Stoics called it the inner citadel, a fortress of the mind, built not from stone, but from discipline, wisdom, and control. The strongest people in history were not those who controlled armies or ruled nations, but those who mastered themselves. They built this fortress so that no matter what happened outside, inside, they remained untouchable. This is the foundation of a Stoic mindset. And if you build it, nothing, not pain, not rejection, not loss, can ever shake you again. Your mind is like a city. Right now, it has open gates, no walls, and anyone can walk in and destroy the peace inside. Someone insults you. They march right in and ruin your day. A bad event? It storms through and wrecks your focus. Anxiety? It runs wild, tearing apart your sense of calm. Without an inner fortress, you are exposed, vulnerable, easy to shake. Marcus Aurelius, the great Stoic emperor, knew this well. He ruled Rome, controlled vast armies, and held power over millions. But he understood that true power was not in controlling others, it was in controlling himself. In his personal writings, he spoke about the inner citadel, a mental stronghold that no enemy, no hardship, no suffering could breach. He wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This is not about ignoring the world or pretending problems don't exist. It's about understanding that nothing outside of you has the right to control your peace, unless you allow it to. That's the mistake most people make. They think strength means fighting back, proving themselves, forcing the world to obey their will. But the true warrior is not the one who shouts the loudest or swings the hardest. It's the one who remains unshaken in the face of chaos. A storm may rage outside, but inside there is silence. This is the inner citadel, and this is how you build it. The first step is control over thoughts. The average person lets their mind run wild, chasing every worry, every fear, every doubt. They are prisoners of their own overthinking. But a Stoic trains their mind like a soldier, disciplined, focused, unmoved by distractions. They don't allow useless thoughts to take root because they know that every thought shapes reality. You don't react to the world, you react to your perception of the world. An insult is just words, unless you choose to be offended. A failure is just an event, unless you label it as defeat. Epictetus, a former slave who became one of the greatest Stoic teachers, understood this better than anyone. He lived through suffering most people could never endure. Yet he said, "Men are disturbed not by things, but by the view they take of them." Your interpretation is what gives an event power over you. If you can control that, you control everything. Training your mind means mastering this interpretation. It means catching negative thoughts before they control you. It means recognizing that most problems are only as big as you allow them to be. A weak mind sees obstacles, a strong mind sees opportunities, and a Stoic mind sees nothing but lessons. The second step is emotional discipline. People think emotions are uncontrollable, that anger or sadness just happen. But that's a lie. Every emotion you feel is a choice. You are not a slave to your reactions. You are the one who decides whether they take over or not. The world will always give you reasons to be angry, afraid, or hurt. But no one can make you feel anything without your permission. Seneca, another great Stoic thinker, wrote about the dangers of emotional weakness. He believed that most suffering is self-inflicted, not because bad things don't happen, but because people allow those things to dominate them. He said, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." How many times have you been consumed by stress over something that never actually happened? How often do you replay past pain as if it's still happening? This is how an untrained mind creates suffering out of thin air. The strongest people don't suppress their emotions. They control them. They don't let anger dictate their actions. They don't let sadness pull them into self-pity. They feel everything, but they decide what to do with it. That is power. That is control. And that is what makes a Stoic untouchable. The third step is detachment. Most people are controlled by external things: money, status, relationships, opinions. They attach their happiness to things outside of themselves, and as a result, they are constantly vulnerable. If they lose money, they lose confidence. If someone disrespects them, they lose their peace. If life doesn't go as planned, they fall apart. A Stoic, on the other hand, detaches. They understand that everything external is temporary: wealth, success, approval, even life itself. They don't own anything, not even their identity, because they know that anything can be taken away. The only thing that is truly theirs is their mind, their character, their fortress. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that everything he loved could disappear at any moment. Not because he was cold or emotionless, but because he wanted to own himself. He knew that if his peace depended on things outside his control, then he was never truly free. This is why Stoics practice what is called negative visualization. They prepare themselves for loss before it happens. They imagine life without their comforts, their loved ones, even their own health. Not to be pessimistic, but to remind themselves that they can survive without these things. That way, if loss ever comes, they are not broken by it. They are ready. Detachment doesn't mean not caring. It means not being owned by what you care about. When you stop clinging to things, you stop fearing their loss. And when you stop fearing, you become untouchable. The final step is voluntary hardship. The world tells you to chase comfort, to avoid struggle, to make life as easy as possible. But this is the fastest way to weaken your mind. A Stoic seeks out discomfort, not because they enjoy suffering, but because they know that without struggle there is no strength. Seneca advised practicing poverty even when rich. He would wear rough clothes, eat the simplest food, sleep on the floor, not because he had to, but because he wanted to remind himself that he didn't need luxury. He trained his mind to be at peace in any situation. This is what you must do. Stop avoiding difficulty. Train yourself to endure. Choose the harder path when possible. Let your body feel hunger before eating. Push yourself beyond your limits. Teach your mind that comfort is not necessary for peace. The more you expose yourself to hardship, the stronger you become. When you combine all of this, control over thoughts, emotional discipline, detachment, and voluntary hardship, you become something rare. You become a person who cannot be broken, no matter what happens. Most people are slaves to their circumstances, but you are building something greater, a mind so strong that no storm can shake it, a fortress within yourself that no enemy can breach. This is the inner citadel, and when it is built, nothing, not pain, not loss, not even death, will ever own you again. You've started to build your inner citadel, a mind so strong that no chaos, no failure, no insult can shake it. But strength alone is not enough. A fortress can stand against storms, but what if instead of just enduring them, you could turn them into fuel? What if instead of resisting fate, you could embrace everything, every hardship, every setback, every so-called misfortune, and make it part of your power? This is where most people fail. They fight life. They resist what already is. They waste their energy wishing things were different, complaining about how unfair life is, and drowning in regret over the past. And as a result, they suffer endlessly. The Stoics knew a different way. They called it amor fati, a Latin phrase that means love of fate. Not acceptance, not tolerance, but love. They didn't just put up with the hardships of life. They embraced them fully, as if they had chosen them. Because what is the alternative? Wishing for a different past, fighting against a present that is already unfolding, trying to control a future that is never fully in your hands? That is the mindset of the weak, those who let circumstances decide how they feel, those who suffer because they refuse to accept reality. There is no such thing as a wasted moment when you adopt amor fati. Every experience, whether good or bad, is fuel. Regret becomes pointless. Resentment becomes a waste of time. There is no anger at the past, no fear of what's coming, just complete acceptance of what is and the ability to turn it into something useful. This is not passive surrender. This is the ultimate form of power, taking everything life throws at you and making it your own. Most people see life as something that happens to them. They see difficulties as setbacks, tragedies as proof that the universe is against them, failures as evidence that they were never meant to succeed. The Stoic sees life differently. Everything that happens is exactly what was meant to happen, not because of fate in a mystical sense, but because it did happen. And since it happened, the only rational response is to accept it fully, work with it, and use it to grow. Anything else is delusion. Marcus Aurelius, the emperor of Rome, could have cursed his fate. He ruled during plagues, wars, betrayals, and endless challenges. But instead of resisting these hardships, he embraced them, writing in his meditations, "A blazing fire makes flame and brightness out of everything that is thrown into it." This is amor fati. Life does not break you. It fuels you. Every difficulty is another log added to the fire of your strength. Regret is one of the most useless emotions. It is the mind arguing with reality, replaying the past as if it could be changed. It is a trap that keeps you frozen, unable to move forward, stuck in a loop of wishing things were different. But the past is gone, untouchable, unchangeable. And yet, most people spend their lives living in it, chained to mistakes, unable to forgive themselves, unable to let go. The Stoics saw regret as nothing more than wasted time. If something is within your control, fix it. If it's not, release it completely. Anything else is self-inflicted suffering. Seneca, one of the greatest Stoic philosophers, warned against spending life trapped in regret. He said, "What is the point of dragging past mistakes with us? We must let them go, for they are heavy, and we have a long way yet to travel." The past only has power if you give it power. If you refuse to carry it, it disappears. There is no need to rewrite history in your mind. There is only this moment and what you choose to do with it. Resentment is another poison that weakens the mind. It is the belief that someone else's actions have permanently harmed you, that their betrayal, their words, their mistakes have damaged you in a way that cannot be undone. But the truth is, no one has that kind of power over you unless you allow it. Holding on to resentment is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to suffer. It does nothing but keep you locked in the past, reliving pain that should have already passed. Epictetus, who was born a slave and later became a great Stoic teacher, understood this better than anyone. He was beaten, mistreated, and forced to live under the rule of others. But he did not resent them. He said, "It is not things themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about them. It is never what happens that causes pain. It is your reaction to it. A person who wronged you is only as powerful as the weight you give them in your mind. Let go, and they lose all control." When you fully embrace amor fati, everything changes. There are no more bad days, no more unfair situations, no more wasted energy wishing things were different. Everything is exactly as it should be, not because it is perfect, but because it is. A lost opportunity? It was never yours to begin with. A failure? A lesson in disguise? A betrayal? A test that sharpened your wisdom? There is nothing that cannot be used, nothing that cannot become fuel for your growth. There is a reason why some people rise from their hardships while others are crushed by them. It is not luck, it is mindset. One person loses a job and falls into despair. Another loses a job and sees it as the beginning of something better. One person gets rejected and believes they are unworthy. Another gets rejected and sees it as redirection towards something greater. Same event, different perspective. And the perspective is everything. Most people fight life. They resist reality. They complain about how things should have been, how they were wronged, how life isn't fair. But fairness is a human concept. Life is not fair or unfair. It simply is. The sun rises, the seasons change, people come and go, and none of it is personal. The weak take it personally. The strong take it as it comes and make the best of it. The greatest warriors in history lived by amor fati. They understood that there was no use in wishing for easier battles. A true warrior does not complain about the battlefield. They do not wish for a different war. They fight the one in front of them with full acceptance, full presence, and full commitment. They take every hit, every setback, every defeat, and they use it. The same applies to life. There is no alternative version of the life you are living right now. This is it, and your only choice is whether you will resist it or embrace it. Think of the strongest people you know. They are not the ones who had an easy life. They are the ones who suffered, faced obstacles, and kept moving forward. They are the ones who didn't let failure stop them, who didn't let pain define them. They are the ones who took everything life threw at them and made it part of their story, not as victims, but as masters of their own fate. If you embrace amor fati, regret disappears. There is nothing to regret because everything had a purpose. Every mistake, every wrong turn, every painful experience was part of the path that brought you here. And here is exactly where you are meant to be. There is no resentment because there is nothing to hold on to. Those who wronged you only had power in the moment it happened. After that, the only one keeping it alive is you. Letting go is not weakness. It is freedom. Every second spent wishing things were different is a second wasted. Every moment spent resisting reality is a moment lost. The only rational response to life is to take what happens and use it. To turn everything, good or bad, into fuel. To refuse to be a victim of circumstances. To stand up every time you fall, stronger than before. This is amor fati. It is not just a belief. It is a way of living. And once you adopt it, nothing, no regret, no resentment, no hardship, will ever have power over you again. You have begun to reshape your mind. You have started to embrace fate, to stop resisting what already is, and to use everything, good or bad, as fuel for growth. But there is still a trap that can pull you back into weakness, a habit that keeps most people enslaved to their emotions. It happens every single day, in almost every situation, without them even realizing it. They judge too quickly. They react before they understand. They assume before they think. And in doing so, they create their own suffering. The human mind is impulsive. It wants to categorize everything immediately, good or bad, right or wrong, success or failure. Someone looks at you the wrong way, and instantly you assume they are disrespecting you. A plan falls apart, and immediately you think the universe is against you. A person speaks, and before they finish, you've already decided whether they are smart or foolish. But what if you are wrong? What if your first reaction is based on nothing more than emotion? How much stress, how much anger, how many pointless arguments could be avoided if you simply delayed judgment? The Stoics mastered this. They understood that nothing is ever as it first appears. The first thought is often the most emotional, the least rational, and the most dangerous. It is the thought that turns misunderstandings into conflict, that makes small problems feel like disasters, that leads to regretful words and impulsive actions. To be truly in control of the mind, you must learn to pause, to question, and to withhold immediate judgment. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Give yourself time to learn before speaking or acting. Most things mean nothing unless you decide they do." This is the key. Nothing has meaning except the meaning you give it. An insult is just words. An event is just a moment. A failure is just an experience. The suffering comes from the interpretation, and most people interpret too quickly, allowing emotions to decide reality for them. There is no strength in reacting. Strength is in restraint. The weak lash out. They respond with anger. They argue over nothing. They let the smallest inconvenience ruin their day. They jump to conclusions, assuming the worst, assuming they know the full story, when in reality they know nothing. The wise, however, do not rush. They observe. They analyze. They let time reveal the truth before forming an opinion. Withholding judgment does not mean being passive. It means being precise. It means waiting long enough to see a situation for what it really is, rather than what your emotions want it to be. How many times have you thought someone was attacking you only to later realize they weren't? How often have you assumed failure only to later see that it led to success? How many friendships, opportunities, and moments of peace have been lost because of a reaction made in haste? Epictetus taught that there is a space between an event and your reaction to it, and in that space is your power. If you train yourself to extend that space, to delay your response, you gain control over yourself in a way most people never will. You stop being a puppet controlled by emotions, yanked in every direction by impulse. You become a master of your own mind. The modern world encourages speed, fast opinions, fast decisions, fast reactions. Social media rewards outrage. People argue without thinking, respond without understanding, and make assumptions before gathering facts. The result is chaos, both in the world and in their own minds. But speed is the enemy of wisdom. No great decision was ever made in a rush. No lasting peace was ever built through impulse. The wisest minds in history were not the loudest, not the fastest to respond, but the most patient. Seneca said, "Nothing is as it first appears. The mind must be trained to see beyond the surface." Most of life's problems are not caused by events themselves, but by the immediate emotional response to those events. If you take a step back, if you refuse to be pulled into an instant judgment, you gain a clarity that most people will never have. Holding back judgment means recognizing that you do not have all the information. When something bad happens, it is only bad because you have judged it to be so. But how many so-called bad things in life turned out to be blessings in disguise? How many perceived failures led to success? How many losses cleared the path for something greater? What you call a setback today might be the best thing that ever happened to you a year from now. There is a story of a farmer whose horse ran away. His neighbors said, "What bad luck." He simply said, "Maybe." The next day, the horse returned with a group of wild horses. The neighbors said, "What good luck." He said, "Maybe." Later, his son broke his leg while trying to ride one of the wild horses. The neighbors again said, "What bad luck." He said, "Maybe." Soon after, the army came to recruit young men for war, but because his son had a broken leg, he was spared. Was it bad luck or good luck? The truth is, no one knows, and that is the essence of withholding judgment. What looks like misfortune today may be the thing that saves you tomorrow. Most people live in a constant state of mental exhaustion because they react to everything. They are pulled in every direction, their emotions dictated by external events. If traffic is bad, they get angry. If someone is rude, they take it personally. If a plan fails, they immediately feel defeated. But a Stoic remains calm, not because they do not care, but because they do not allow first impressions to control them. They pause, they observe, they decide for themselves whether something is truly worth their energy. A simple practice can change everything. The next time something upsets you, do nothing, say nothing, withhold judgment, allow time to pass before forming an opinion. Watch how the intensity of the emotion fades. What seemed urgent in the moment will often seem meaningless an hour later, a day later, a week later. And if it still matters after time has passed, then you will approach it with a clear mind, not with blind emotion. Great leaders, thinkers, and warriors have always understood this. The greatest generals do not charge into battle without strategy. The wisest judges do not make rulings based on emotion. The most powerful people do not waste their strength reacting to every slight, every inconvenience, every unexpected turn. They conserve their energy. They act only when necessary. A weak mind is controlled by others. If someone insults you and you react, they have won. They have controlled your emotions. If something unexpected happens and you panic, you have already lost. The world will not always go your way. People will be rude. Things will fail. The unexpected will happen. but nothing has the power to disturb you unless you give it that power. The pause between event and reaction is where mastery lies. The ability to hold back judgment, to wait, to let emotions settle before responding, that is real strength. It is the difference between wisdom and foolishness, between control and chaos. The next time you feel the urge to react, stop. Let the moment pass. Ask yourself, do I truly understand this situation? Do I have all the facts? Is this worth my energy? Withholding judgment is not weakness. It is the ultimate sign of self-control. It means you are no longer ruled by impulse, no longer a slave to emotions, no longer easily manipulated by the words and actions of others. It means you have become something rare, a person who does not allow the world to dictate their peace, a person who sees clearly, thinks deeply, and moves with purpose. This is the Stoic way, and once you master it, nothing and no one will ever control you again. You have begun to break free from the chains of immediate judgment, no longer allowing your first reaction to dictate your reality. This control over your perception is a major step toward mastering your mind, but there is another hidden enemy: expectations. People expect too much from the world, from others, from themselves. They create an image of how life should be, and when reality doesn't match, they feel frustrated, disappointed, even angry. It is not life that hurts them. It is the gap between expectation and reality that creates suffering. The mind is constantly setting conditions for happiness. I will be happy if this person treats me a certain way. I will feel good about myself if I succeed at this goal. I will enjoy my day if everything goes according to plan. But what happens when people don't behave the way you expect? When success takes longer than you thought? When plans fall apart? If your happiness is dependent on these things, you will always be at the mercy of forces outside your control. And what is that, if not weakness? The Stoics understood this deeply. True power comes not from controlling the world, but from controlling your reaction to it. And the fastest way to free yourself from unnecessary suffering is to expect nothing and appreciate everything. Most people do the opposite. They expect everything and appreciate nothing. They take their health for granted until it fails. They assume their relationships will always be there until they lose them. They complain about their job until they are unemployed. They believe the world owes them something, and when life does not meet their expectations, they feel cheated. But life owes you nothing. No one owes you kindness, success, or fairness. And once you accept this, you stop feeling disappointed because you stop expecting. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This is what most people fail to understand. They demand from the world instead of adjusting their minds. They expect things to be easy, and when they aren't, they suffer. They expect people to always be kind, and when they aren't, they feel betrayed. They expect success to come quickly, and when it doesn't, they give up. But a Stoic expects nothing. They enter every situation with an open mind, not with demands. They do not assume life will be easy. They do not assume people will be perfect. They do not assume plans will go smoothly. And because they expect nothing, they are never disappointed. A person who expects nothing cannot be hurt. If you do not expect wealth, you will not suffer when money is scarce. If you do not expect constant praise, you will not feel insecure when you are criticized. If you do not expect an easy life, you will not be crushed when hardship arrives. This does not mean you lower your standards or stop striving for more. It means you detach from the outcome. You put in the effort without demanding a specific result. You treat people well without expecting them to do the same. You do your best without assuming life will reward you, and in doing so, you free yourself from the emotional chains that control most people. Seneca warned against placing happiness in external things, saying, "It is foolish to expect the world to treat you as you wish, rather than accepting it as it is." Every moment, reality is unfolding in ways beyond your control. You can fight it, resist it, demand that it change, or you can align yourself with it. The person who expects life to be different than it is wastes energy in conflict with the inevitable. The person who accepts things as they are moves forward, adjusts, and remains unshaken. The other half of this equation is appreciation. Most people go through life blind to what they already have. They obsess over what they lack, what is missing, what has not yet arrived. They assume happiness is always in the future, tied to something they don't yet possess. But true freedom comes from training the mind to see what is already here, to find value in what is already present. Gratitude is not just a feel-good practice. It is a weapon against the mind's tendency to focus on the negative. It is a direct counter to expectations. When you appreciate everything, you need nothing. There is nothing weak about gratitude. Weak people complain. Weak people focus on what's missing. Weak people chase more and more, hoping it will fill the void inside them. A strong person is content with what they have while still striving for improvement. They do not need more to feel complete. They could lose everything today and still stand tall because they have trained themselves to see value in even the simplest things. Most people spend their lives running on a treadmill of dissatisfaction. They reach one goal and immediately move to the next, never pausing to appreciate what they have achieved. They get what they wanted and immediately want more. There is no end to this cycle. The person who expects fulfillment to come from more is doomed to a lifetime of never feeling enough. The Stoic sees the trap and steps off the treadmill. They still pursue goals, but they do not attach their happiness to them. They work hard, but they do not believe that success will magically complete them. They train their mind to find joy in the moment, not in some distant future that never arrives. Epictetus, who was born into slavery and had nothing for much of his life, understood that power comes not from possessions, but from perspective. He said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." The fewer expectations you have, the fewer disappointments you experience. The more you appreciate, the less you need. This is the true path to a bulletproof mind, not by controlling the outside world, but by adjusting your relationship to it. Gratitude is the ultimate mental discipline. It is the practice of shifting focus from what is missing to what is present. It is the decision to see life not as lacking, but as abundant. And it does not require perfection or ideal circumstances. It is available in every moment, no matter what is happening. The problem is that people believe they need a reason to feel grateful. They think it has to come after something good happens. But gratitude is a skill, not a reaction. It is something you develop through practice, something you choose regardless of circumstances. There are people who have everything and feel empty, and there are people who have little and feel fulfilled. The difference is not what they have, it is how they see it. The mind that is always looking for more will never rest. The mind that learns to see what is already there will never be lacking. The person who walks through life expecting nothing, needing nothing, and appreciating everything is the person who is truly free. They do not need approval because they already accept themselves. They do not need constant success because they already find value in the effort. They do not demand perfect relationships because they understand that people are flawed and love them anyway. This is how you build an indestructible mindset. Most people suffer because they have placed their happiness in things beyond their control. They expect certain outcomes. They expect people to act a certain way. They expect life to go as planned. And when it doesn't, they feel cheated. But what if they had expected nothing? What if they had approached every situation with an open mind instead of demands? They would have saved themselves years of frustration, disappointment, and suffering. Gratitude is not just a virtue, it is a survival tool. It is the only way to counteract the mind's tendency to always seek more, to always expect, to always feel like something is missing. It is the antidote to disappointment, the shield against entitlement, the weapon against the belief that happiness is always just out of reach. When you master it, you stop chasing, you stop waiting, you stop feeling like life owes you anything. You simply take what is given and make the most of it. The strongest people in history were not those who had the most, but those who needed the least. The warriors, the philosophers, the survivors. They did not demand that life be easy. They did not expect comfort, fairness, or perfection. They trained themselves to endure whatever came, to find value in every moment, to be grateful even in hardship. This is real power. Not the power to control the world, but the power to control your response to it. Expect nothing. Appreciate everything. When you master this, you become untouchable. There is no disappointment, only adaptation. There is no resentment, only understanding. There is no chasing, only presence. This is the Stoic way. And once you embrace it, no setback, no failure, no unexpected turn in life will ever break you again. You have started to detach from expectations, training your mind to find strength in gratitude rather than in the illusion of control. But knowing how to appreciate what you have is not enough. What happens when life takes those things away? What happens when the comfort you enjoy disappears? When the things you thought were permanent suddenly vanish? Most people crumble. They panic, they suffer, they feel helpless. Not because the loss is unbearable, but because they never prepared for it. They built their happiness on things they never considered they could lose. And when those things are gone, they are left exposed, weak, and vulnerable. This is why the Stoics did not wait for misfortune to strike before facing it. They practiced it. They deliberately exposed themselves to discomfort, imagined their worst fears coming true, and trained their minds to endure loss before it ever arrived. This was not pessimism. It was power. Seneca, one of the greatest Stoic philosophers, called it preparatory suffering. He did not believe in waiting for hardship. He rehearsed it. He wore simple clothes when he could afford luxury. He ate plain meals when he had access to feasts. He slept on the floor when he had a comfortable bed. Not because he enjoyed suffering, but because he understood the greatest secret to strength. If you are prepared for loss, nothing can scare you. Most people live in constant fear of losing what they have. Fear of losing money, fear of losing comfort, fear of losing the approval of others. This fear controls them. It makes them avoid risks, makes them cling to their possessions, makes them desperate for security. But security is an illusion. Nothing is permanent. Nothing is guaranteed. The more you try to protect yourself from loss, the more fragile you become. The Stoics understood that the only way to eliminate fear is not to avoid misfortune, but to face it willingly. A person who has never gone without food will panic when they are hungry. A person who has never slept in discomfort will feel weak without their bed. A person who has never lost money will be terrified of financial hardship. But the person who has practiced misfortune does not fear these things. They have already lived through them on their own terms. They know that hunger does not break them, that discomfort does not weaken them, that loss does not destroy them. And because they have experienced these things voluntarily, they do not fear them when they come unexpectedly. Seneca wrote, "Set aside a certain number of days, during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare, with coarse and rough dress, saying to yourself all the while, 'Is this the condition I feared?'" What he meant was simple. Do not wait for misfortune to test you. Test yourself first. If you fear poverty, live like you are poor for a time. If you fear loneliness, spend time alone by choice. If you fear hardship, expose yourself to it before life forces it upon you. The greatest enemy of the mind is fear of the unknown. The moment something is experienced, it loses its power over you. People suffer more from the idea of suffering than from suffering itself. The mind exaggerates. It builds fear around things that have never happened. It turns discomfort into a nightmare. But when you face it, when you step into it willingly, you realize that most of what you feared was just an illusion. Hunger is not unbearable. Sleeping on the floor will not kill you. Losing money does not erase who you are. The things people fear most are often nowhere near as bad as they assume. This practice is not about making yourself miserable. It is about building an unshakable mind, a mind that does not need perfect conditions to feel at peace, a mind that does not break when life does not go as planned. The person who has practiced misfortune does not fear hunger, does not fear discomfort, does not fear loss. They have already lived through it, and they know they can survive. This mindset creates a rare kind of confidence, the confidence of knowing that no matter what happens, you will be fine. If wealth disappears, you will not panic. If relationships end, you will not collapse. If life takes everything away, you will not beg for it back, because you never built your strength on comfort. You built it on your ability to endure. History is full of examples of great leaders, warriors, and thinkers who practiced misfortune to build their strength. Roman generals would sleep in the dirt before battle, even when they had tents. Samurai warriors would go without food for days, even when they had plenty. Philosophers would deliberately embrace discomfort, training their minds to stay sharp under any condition. These were not acts of self-punishment. They were acts of preparation. A person who has been through voluntary hardship does not panic when hardship comes. They have already rehearsed it. In today's world, most people do the opposite. They seek comfort at all costs. They avoid inconvenience. They insulate themselves from anything difficult. And the result? A society of people who are mentally fragile, who cannot handle adversity, who fall apart at the smallest challenge. They have never trained for difficulty, so when it arrives, they are completely unprepared. This is why Stoic training is more relevant today than ever. A person who embraces hardship voluntarily stands out. They are the ones who remain calm when others panic, who keep moving forward when others give up. They are the ones who can endure anything because they have already faced it by choice. There is a reason why successful athletes push themselves beyond their limits in training. They know that if they only train under perfect conditions, they will fail when things get tough. They seek discomfort on purpose. They run in the rain. They push through exhaustion. They do not wait for competition to test them. They test themselves every day. This is how they build resilience. And this is exactly how a Stoic builds an indestructible mind. Most people avoid thoughts of misfortune because they do not want to feel discomfort. They refuse to consider what life would be like if they lost everything, if they faced serious hardship. But avoidance does not make you safe. It makes you weak. The more you refuse to consider the worst, the more power it has over you. But the moment you willingly step into it, it loses its grip. A simple exercise can change everything. Take time to live below your means, even if you have money. Skip a meal, even when food is available. Spend a weekend without modern conveniences. No phone, no entertainment, no luxury. Expose yourself to the discomforts you fear, and then ask yourself, was this really so bad? You will realize something powerful. Almost everything you fear is survivable, and if it is survivable, it is not worth fearing. Most people chase security their whole lives. They want guarantees, insurance against every possible hardship. But security is an illusion. No amount of money, no relationship, no perfect plan can truly protect you from the unexpected. The only real security is internal. It is knowing that no matter what happens, you have the strength to endure it. This is why the Stoics practiced misfortune, not to suffer, but to become unshakable. If you train yourself to live with less, you will never be desperate for more. If you teach yourself to endure discomfort, you will never fear its arrival. If you prepare yourself for the worst, you will never be broken by it. The strongest minds in history were not built in comfort. They were built through hardship, through challenge, through voluntary suffering. This is what makes a person invincible, not their wealth, not their status, but their ability to withstand anything. Seneca warned, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." If you live your life avoiding discomfort, avoiding pain, avoiding hardship, you rob yourself of the chance to discover your true strength. You remain weak because you have never had to test your limits. But the moment you choose to face adversity, the moment you seek out difficulty rather than run from it, you begin to build something powerful, a mind that does not fear loss, a mindset that is free from the grip of comfort, a spirit that is prepared for anything. This is the key to becoming unbreakable, to not just survive hardship, but to welcome it as part of your training, to face what others fear, to endure what others avoid, to take control of your mind so completely that no loss, no setback, no hardship can shake you. This is what the Stoics understood. This is what makes a person truly strong. And once you have built this mindset, nothing, no misfortune, no failure, no loss, will ever have power over you again. You have trained yourself to endure misfortune before it arrives. You have stepped into discomfort, faced your fears, and prepared your mind for anything. But there is one test that most people fail: the ability to be alone. They can handle stress, they can push through hardship, they can adapt to loss. But when silence surrounds them, when there is no one to distract them, they crumble. They feel uneasy, restless, even afraid. They search for noise, for entertainment, for people, for anything to avoid being alone with their own thoughts. Most people do not fear solitude itself. They fear what it reveals. The moment external distractions disappear, the truth becomes clear. All the unresolved emotions, the insecurities, the doubts they've been running from begin to surface. They are left with no choice but to confront themselves, and for many, this is unbearable. The world has conditioned people to believe that being alone is a problem, that solitude is a sign of loneliness, that if you are by yourself, something is wrong. But the Stoics saw the truth. Solitude is not something to be feared. It is a superpower. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, surrounded by advisors, soldiers, and constant demands. Yet he wrote, "Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul." He understood what most people never will, that the ability to be alone, without fear, without distress, is the foundation of inner strength. The person who depends on others to feel whole is weak. They are at the mercy of relationships, of social approval, of constant validation. But the person who has mastered solitude, who does not rely on external company for peace, is untouchable. There is a difference between being alone and being lonely. One is a physical state, the other is a mindset. Loneliness is not the absence of people, it is the absence of connection, not just with others, but with yourself. A person can be in a crowd and feel lonely. A person can be surrounded by family and still feel empty. But someone who has trained themselves to embrace solitude, to find comfort in their own mind, will never feel alone, no matter where they are. Most people avoid solitude because they do not know what to do with it. They fill their days with distractions, scrolling, talking, consuming entertainment, not because they enjoy it, but because they fear what will happen if they stop. The mind, untrained in solitude, becomes desperate for stimulation. It becomes dependent on noise. It loses its ability to be still. But a mind that has mastered solitude does not need to escape itself. It finds strength in stillness, clarity in silence, peace in its own company. Seneca, one of the great Stoic philosophers, warned that a person who cannot be alone is never truly free. He said, "A man who fears solitude is a man who has not yet discovered himself." If you do not know how to be alone, you do not know who you are. If you cannot sit in silence without restlessness, it is because there is something within you that you have not yet faced. Solitude forces self-reflection. It removes the distractions and leaves you with nothing but truth, and the truth is often uncomfortable. Weak people seek constant validation. They need approval to feel worthy. They need conversation to feel secure. They need entertainment to fill the emptiness inside. They do not understand that true confidence, true self-worth, does not come from others. It comes from within. The strongest people in history were not those who needed a crowd. They were those who could walk alone, unshaken, completely at peace with themselves. The reason solitude is so powerful is that it exposes the mind to itself. It shows you your weaknesses, your fears, your hidden insecurities. It forces you to confront the thoughts you have been avoiding. This is why most people run from it. They would rather distract themselves than face what is inside. But the Stoic does not run. The Stoic welcomes solitude as training, as a way to sharpen the mind, to strengthen the soul, to build independence. People mistake solitude for isolation, but they are not the same. Isolation is being cut off from the world against your will. Solitude is a choice. It is the ability to be completely content in your own presence. When you master it, you no longer need anyone to complete you. Relationships become something you choose, not something you rely on. You can engage with the world fully while remaining completely independent. You do not need attention. You do not need approval. You do not need company to feel whole. The most powerful leaders, the most influential thinkers, the greatest warriors in history all shared one trait. They knew how to be alone. They understood that solitude was where the deepest thoughts were formed, where the greatest ideas were created, where the strongest character was built. They did not fear silence, because in silence they found strength. If you cannot be alone, you are not free. You are chained to the need for others, to the need for distraction, to the fear of facing yourself. But when you embrace solitude, you gain something rare, absolute independence. You become someone who can stand alone without feeling lost, someone who can find peace without seeking it from others, someone who is whole without external validation. The greatest test of mental strength is not how much you can endure from the outside world. It is how much you can endure in the absence of it. If you can be alone, truly alone, without feeling anxious, without feeling restless, without needing constant input from the outside world, you have reached a level of control that few ever attain. The Stoics trained for this. They would retreat into solitude, not as an escape, but as preparation. They knew that the ability to be alone was not a weakness, but a weapon. It sharpened their minds. It made them self-reliant. It made them unshakable. They could walk through the world completely independent, needing nothing, attached to nothing, completely at peace with themselves. This is what separates the strong from the weak. Weak people fill every moment with noise, afraid to be alone with their thoughts. Strong people train themselves in solitude, learning to be their own source of strength. The greatest leaders in history did not rise because they followed the crowd. They rose because they spent time alone, thinking, planning, strengthening themselves from within. If you want to test yourself, step into solitude. No phone, no distractions, no conversations. Just you, alone with your mind. If this idea makes you uncomfortable, that is exactly why you need to do it. The discomfort is revealing something. It is showing you the parts of yourself that you have ignored. It is exposing the thoughts you have been running from. The only way to be free from them is to face them. There is nothing more powerful than a person who does not fear being alone. They are immune to loneliness because their mind is their home. They do not chase attention because they do not need it. They do not seek validation because they already know their worth. They do not panic when others leave because they were never dependent on them to begin with. They walk through life self-contained, self-assured, completely unshaken by the absence of others. Solitude is not something to be feared. It is something to be mastered. It is where the strongest minds are built, where the deepest thoughts are formed, where true independence is found. Most people will spend their lives avoiding it, running from themselves, distracting themselves until the day they die. But the few who embrace it, who train in it, who make it their ally, those are the ones who become truly powerful. Those are the ones who walk through life untouchable. The Stoics knew that solitude was not loneliness. It was strength. It was clarity. It was freedom. And once you master it, you will never again fear being alone. You will not need the noise, the distractions, the constant presence of others. You will be whole, unshaken, completely in control. This is the power of solitude. And once you embrace it, no one, not the world, not circumstances, not even your own mind, will ever have control over you again. You have started to master solitude, learning to stand alone without fear, without restlessness, without the need for constant distraction. This independence makes you strong, but there is another hidden weakness that threatens your mind, the addiction to comfort. Most people do not realize they are slaves to it. They assume comfort is a reward, something to strive for, something that makes life easier. But comfort is not just a luxury, it is a trap. The more you indulge in it, the weaker you become. The body softens, the mind dulls, the willpower fades. A life without struggle does not create happiness. It creates fragility. The greatest enemy of mental strength is not hardship. It is ease. When things are too easy, the mind is never tested. It never learns how to push through difficulty. It never builds endurance. The world has conditioned people to avoid struggle, to seek out convenience, to remove every possible discomfort. But what happens when real adversity arrives? When pain, loss, or hardship comes uninvited? The person who has only known comfort is completely unprepared. They break at the first sign of difficulty. They collapse under stress. They have never trained their mind to endure. The Stoics understood that a person who relies on comfort is weak. They knew that to be truly strong, one must deliberately step into hardship. Not because suffering itself is good, but because resilience is built in struggle. A body that is never tested remains weak. A mind that is never challenged remains fragile. If you never face discomfort by choice, you will not survive it when life forces it upon you. The only way to build a mind that can endure anything is to stop avoiding discomfort and start seeking it. Seneca practiced this by exposing himself to voluntary hardship. He wore rough clothing when he could afford luxury. He ate simple food when he had access to feasts. He walked barefoot when he could wear shoes. He did not do this because he enjoyed suffering. He did it because he understood that comfort is a drug, and if you are not careful, it will make you dependent. The person who cannot tolerate hunger becomes desperate when food is scarce. The person who cannot handle physical exhaustion gives up when work becomes difficult. The person who cannot sit in discomfort will never have control over their emotions. This is why voluntary hardship is necessary. It is not about suffering for its own sake. It is about training the mind to function under any conditions. Most people never test their limits. They avoid hunger by eating at the first sign of discomfort. They avoid exertion by choosing the easiest path. They avoid mental struggle by distracting themselves. They assume that comfort means happiness, but what they do not realize is that it is making them weaker every day. Strength does not come from comfort. It comes from pushing beyond it. The person who can endure hunger without panic, who can work through exhaustion without complaint, who can face hardship without fear, this is the person who is truly free. The modern world has made people soft. Every convenience, every shortcut, every technological advancement is designed to make life easier. But an easy life does not produce strong people. When everything is handed to you, you lose the ability to fight for anything. When every discomfort is avoided, you never develop the ability to withstand difficulty. The world promises that comfort will make you happy, but the reality is different. Comfort robs you of resilience. The more comfortable you become, the less you can handle when life gets hard. Hardship is not the enemy. It is the training ground for strength. Those who have faced struggle and overcome it are the ones who thrive. They do not need conditions to be perfect to succeed. They do not complain when things get tough. They do not break when faced with obstacles. They have built their minds to withstand anything because they have already lived through difficulty by choice. The person who has tested themselves does not fear pain, does not fear effort, does not fear hardship. They know they can handle it. This is why warriors, athletes, and leaders throughout history have always embraced struggle. They did not wait for challenges to arrive. They sought them out. They knew that training under hard conditions made them ready for anything. A soldier does not prepare for battle by sitting in comfort. They push themselves beyond their limits, exposing themselves to exhaustion, stress, and discomfort, so that when real war arrives, they are ready. Life is no different. If you have never exposed yourself to difficulty, you will not be ready when it comes. Epictetus, who was born into slavery and faced extreme hardship, understood this better than anyone. He said, "Difficulties are what show men what they truly are. If you want to see what kind of person you are, look at how you handle discomfort. If the smallest inconvenience ruins your day, you are weak. If hunger, tiredness, or stress makes you angry, you are not in control. If you panic when things do not go your way, you have not built endurance. True power comes from conditioning yourself to be unaffected by hardship. The fastest way to build this endurance is to expose yourself to voluntary hardship. Wake up early, even when you don't want to. Push yourself physically beyond what feels comfortable. Train your body to function when tired. Skip a meal and let yourself feel hunger without rushing to fix it. Take cold showers instead of hot. Walk when you could drive. Do the harder thing on purpose. The more you do this, the stronger you become. You stop reacting emotionally to small discomforts. You stop fearing difficulty. You stop being controlled by the need for ease. A person who has trained themselves in hardship cannot be manipulated. They do not need comfort to feel at peace. They do not need perfect conditions to perform at their best. They do not fear loss because they have already practiced living with less. This is what the Stoics understood. They knew that comfort is fleeting, but strength lasts forever. They trained themselves to be independent of circumstances. If luxury was available, they enjoyed it. But if it was taken away, they remained unchanged. This is the ultimate freedom, not needing comfort, not fearing hardship, not being controlled by external conditions. There is a reason why some people break under pressure while others thrive. It is not about talent. It is not about luck. It is about conditioning. The mind and body adapt to what they are exposed to. If you only expose yourself to ease, you become weak. If you expose yourself to struggle, you become strong. The person who has faced difficulty voluntarily walks through life with a rare kind of confidence. They are not afraid of hunger because they have felt it before. They do not fear losing money because they know they can survive with less. They do not panic when life becomes difficult because they have already trained for it. The world will always offer comfort as a solution. It will tell you that you should seek ease, avoid difficulty, find shortcuts. But comfort is a slow poison. It makes you weaker without you realizing it. The more dependent you become on it, the more vulnerable you are when it disappears. The only way to build true resilience is to take control, to expose yourself to discomfort by choice, to train yourself to function at a high level under any conditions. The strongest people are not those who have never faced hardship. They are those who have faced it, lived through it, and built themselves because of it. They do not complain when things get hard. They do not give up when life is unfair. They have prepared for difficulty, and because of that, they are unstoppable. You have a choice. You can live like most people, always seeking comfort, always avoiding struggle, always fragile when life does not go as planned. Or you can take control. You can train yourself to handle anything. You can stop needing comfort, stop fearing difficulty, stop being a prisoner to ease. And when you do, you will walk through life with a mind that cannot be broken, with a body that does not quit, with a spirit that remains strong no matter what happens. The Stoics understood this, and now so do you. Comfort is a lie. Strength is built in hardship. If you embrace this, if you train yourself, if you expose yourself to discomfort willingly, you will reach a level of resilience that most people will never understand. You will not need luxury, approval, or ease. You will have built something greater, an unshakable mind that can endure anything. You have broken free from the addiction to comfort, trained your mind to endure hardship, and strengthened your ability to handle difficulty. But there is one final shift that separates the weak from the truly unbreakable: the ability to see obstacles not as threats, but as opportunities. Most people fear problems. They treat setbacks as proof that life is against them, as reasons to quit, as signs that things are unfair. This reaction makes them powerless. The Stoics knew the truth. Every obstacle is a lesson in disguise, a test that, if faced correctly, makes you wiser, stronger, and more capable. The way you see challenges determines everything. The same event can either break you or build you, depending on how you interpret it. Most people assume hardship means something is wrong, that struggle means they are failing, that setbacks mean they should stop. This thinking is what keeps them weak. Every great person in history faced adversity. Every leader, every warrior, every philosopher walked through struggle and came out stronger, not because they avoided obstacles, but because they used them. They did not ask, "Why is this happening to me?" They asked, "What can I learn from this?" That simple shift in perspective changes everything. Marcus Aurelius, who ruled an empire through war, betrayal, and constant struggle, wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." He understood that obstacles are not barriers. They are the path itself. The problem is not the problem. It is your reaction to it. Weak people run from difficulties. Strong people move through them. Wise people learn from them. And those who master this mindset turn every challenge into a tool for growth. Most people live in constant frustration because they expect life to be easy. They assume things should go their way, that success should come quickly, that people should treat them fairly. But life does not care about what you expect. It will throw challenges at you, not because it is against you, but because that is how reality works. The person who resists this truth suffers endlessly. The person who accepts it thrives. The first step in transforming obstacles into wisdom is to remove the idea that anything is unfair. Nothing that happens to you is personal. The universe is not targeting you. Hardships, failures, setbacks, these things happen to everyone. The difference is how you respond. Some people see problems and shut down. Others see problems and look for the lesson hidden inside them. Which mindset do you think leads to strength? Every challenge holds value, but most people never extract it. They complain about their struggles, but never ask what those struggles are teaching them. They resist difficulty instead of analyzing it. They waste time feeling sorry for themselves instead of seeing how the obstacle is shaping them. The Stoics trained their minds to look at every problem and ask, "How can this serve me?" A failure is not the end. It is a lesson in resilience. A betrayal is not just a wound. It is a lesson in trust. A rejection is not an insult. It is redirection. But you will never see these lessons if you allow emotions to blind you. Weak people respond to challenges with frustration. They focus on what went wrong, on who to blame, on how unfair things are. This thinking solves nothing. It keeps them stuck, repeating the same mistakes, never learning, never growing. The strong, however, take a step back. They do not react with anger. They observe. They ask, "What does this situation demand from me?" They treat hardship like a teacher, and because they do this, they become wiser with every challenge. Seneca warned against letting emotions dictate your reaction to problems. He said, "No man is more miserable than he who has never faced adversity, for he has never been tested." If you have never struggled, you have never learned. If you have never failed, you have never grown. If you have never been challenged, you have never been given the chance to become stronger. Struggle is not something to be avoided. It is something to be used. The greatest minds in history all shared this perspective. Thomas Edison failed thousands of times before inventing the light bulb. Most people would have quit after a few failures, but he saw each failure as data, as necessary steps towards success. He said, "I have not failed. I have just found 10,000 ways that do not work." That mindset is what separates those who succeed from those who stay stuck. It is not intelligence. It is not luck. It is the ability to see obstacles as necessary parts of the process. People often believe that struggle means they are doing something wrong, but struggle is often proof that you are on the right path. Anything worth achieving requires difficulty. Any real transformation demands effort. If you are facing hardship, it does not mean you are failing. It means you are in the process of becoming stronger. The weak avoid this process. They look for the easy way out. But the easy way never leads to greatness. The mind must be trained to see setbacks as challenges, not as defeats. If you get knocked down, that is not failure. That is feedback. If something does not go as planned, that is not a sign to quit. That is a sign to adjust. Every struggle is a puzzle waiting to be solved, but most people never solve it because they are too focused on complaining about the problem instead of finding the answer. The Stoics refused to waste energy on frustration. They spent their time looking for solutions, for lessons, for wisdom in difficulty. There is an ancient story of a king who placed a large boulder in the middle of a road to see how his people would react. Some complained about the obstacle. Some turned around and gave up. Others stood in frustration, waiting for someone else to remove it. But one man approached it differently. He examined the boulder, thought about how to move it, and found a way to push it aside. When he did, he found a bag of gold hidden beneath it. The lesson was clear. The obstacle was the path. The reward was for the one who faced it, instead of avoiding it. Most people live their lives like the ones who complain, like the ones who wait for someone else to remove the challenge. They see problems and shut down. They focus on how difficult things are instead of looking for the opportunity hidden inside. But those who train their minds to seek the lesson, to embrace struggle, to move through difficulty instead of running from it, those people gain something invaluable. They become people who can handle anything. This shift in mindset does not happen overnight. It requires practice. The next time something goes wrong, catch yourself before you react emotionally. Do not ask, "Why is this happening to me?" Ask, "What can I learn from this?" Do not dwell on frustration. Look for the lesson. If you do this consistently, you will notice something. Problems stop feeling like problems. They become part of the process. They become stepping stones instead of roadblocks. The world is full of people who crumble under pressure, who give up at the first sign of resistance, who complain instead of adapt. Do not be one of them. Train yourself to see struggle as training. Learn to welcome challenges instead of fearing them. Teach yourself to see every difficulty as an opportunity to grow. When you master this, nothing can stop you. No setback will feel permanent. No failure will feel final. No hardship will feel unbearable. Because you will have trained yourself to use everything, every problem, every obstacle, every difficulty, as fuel for your strength. This is what separates those who live as victims from those who live as warriors. Life does not happen to you. It happens for you. Every hardship carries a lesson. Every obstacle holds an opportunity. The only question is whether you will see it or waste time resisting it. The Stoics mastered this mindset, and now so can you. Once you train yourself to see problems as lessons, to face difficulties with wisdom instead of frustration, you become untouchable. Nothing will break you. Everything will make you stronger. And that is how you turn obstacles into wisdom. You have learned to turn obstacles into wisdom, to extract lessons from every hardship, to see challenges as tools for growth rather than burdens to avoid. But there is something deeper that must be confronted, something that quietly fuels frustration, disappointment, and suffering. It is the hidden force behind most emotional pain, the silent source of stress, the invisible chain that keeps people trapped in their own minds. It is the ego. Most people do not realize how much their ego controls them. They believe their suffering comes from external events, failure, rejection, criticism, setbacks. But beneath all of these reactions is one thing: the belief that they are more important than they truly are, that the world should go their way, that people should treat them a certain way, that they should always succeed, always be respected, always be recognized. This is the illusion that keeps people trapped, and the Stoics knew the way out. The secret to true peace is realizing how insignificant you truly are, not in a way that makes you feel worthless, but in a way that sets you free. You are a single person in a world of billions, living on a planet that is a speck in the vastness of the universe. The things that seem so massive, your problems, your failures, your insecurities, are nothing in the grand scheme of existence. The moment you accept this, stress loses its grip, pressure disappears, the weight of expectation vanishes, because you no longer see yourself as the center of everything. Marcus Aurelius ruled the most powerful empire on earth, yet he constantly reminded himself of his own smallness. He wrote, "Soon you will be forgotten, just as those before you have been forgotten. All that we do is dust in the wind." He understood that no matter how much power he had, no matter how much he achieved, time would erase it all. And instead of fearing this, he embraced it. Because when you accept that nothing lasts forever, you stop clinging, you stop stressing, you stop demanding that the world shape itself around you. Most people live under constant pressure because they believe their lives must be extraordinary, that they must be admired, that they must leave a permanent mark. But this belief is a trap. The truth is, almost everything you worry about is temporary. The failures that seem unbearable now will be forgotten. The opinions of others will fade. The goals you obsess over will mean little when viewed from a broader perspective. Realizing your smallness does not make you weak. It makes you untouchable. Because when you let go of the need to be important, you let go of the emotions that come with it. Ego makes people fragile. It makes them react to every insult. It makes them desperate for approval. It makes them fear failure, because failure threatens the image they have of themselves. But the person who has tamed their ego does not need validation. They do not need to prove anything. They do not crumble when things go wrong. They do not take themselves so seriously that every setback feels like an attack. Seneca warned against attaching too much importance to the self. He said, "What need is there to weep over parts of life? The whole of it calls for tears." He was not saying life is meaningless. He was saying that everyone suffers, everyone struggles, everyone is temporary. Your hardships are not unique. Your struggles are not special. The things that feel overwhelming to you now have been experienced by countless others before you, and they will be experienced by countless others after you. Accepting this does not diminish your existence. It liberates you from unnecessary suffering. When you let go of ego, you let go of entitlement. You stop expecting people to treat you a certain way. You stop believing the world owes you comfort. You stop feeling offended when things do not go your way. Most people are exhausted because they take everything personally. They assume that failures define them, that other people's opinions matter, that every inconvenience is an attack on their importance. But when you remove yourself from the center of everything, all of this stress disappears. You are just one piece of a much larger existence, and when you realize this, life becomes lighter. Epictetus, who was born into slavery and later became one of the greatest Stoic teachers, understood that ego is an illusion. He said, "You are a soul carrying a corpse." He meant that you are not as permanent as you think. Your identity, your status, your achievements, all of it will eventually be reduced to nothing. And instead of fearing this, you should use it as a tool for peace. When you realize how little your struggles truly matter in the grand scheme of things, They stop feeling so overwhelming. Most people chase importance because they believe it will bring them happiness. They think if they achieve enough, if they are respected enough, if they are known enough, they will feel at peace. But history is full of powerful, successful people who were miserable, trapped in their own expectations, crushed by the weight of their own ego. Peace does not come from being important. It comes from realizing you do not need to be. The strongest people are not those who constantly seek recognition. They are the ones who move through life without needing it. They work hard because they choose to, not because they want applause. They pursue excellence for themselves, not for the validation of others. They are not controlled by the desire to be admired, to be remembered, to be seen as special. And because of this, they are free. Ego creates fear, fear of being judged, fear of being forgotten, fear of not measuring up. But the truth is, most people are too consumed with their own lives to be thinking about you. The opinions you worry about today will not matter in a year. The mistakes you obsess over will not be remembered. The people whose approval you crave are dealing with their own insecurities. And once you accept this, you stop trying so hard to impress others. You stop caring about things that do not serve you. You stop seeking approval and start seeking truth. The great minds of history did not waste time feeding their ego. They were too busy working, too focused on learning, too dedicated to self-mastery. The Stoics did not chase fame. They did not seek glory. They understood that all of it was temporary, that no amount of recognition could bring true fulfillment. And because of this, they lived with a kind of peace that most people will never know. If you want to free yourself from stress, let go of the need to be significant. Stop taking everything personally. Stop assuming that the world revolves around you. Stop attaching your worth to achievements, status, or approval. You are not here to be remembered. You are here to live fully, to learn, to grow, to experience life without the burden of ego weighing you down. When you embrace insignificance, you become light. You no longer fear failure because you no longer see it as a reflection of your worth. You no longer fear judgment because you no longer need validation. You no longer waste time proving yourself because you no longer believe there is anything to prove. You walk through life with a quiet confidence, unshaken by setbacks, unaffected by criticism, untouched by the things that control most people. This is what the Stoics understood. Life is too short to waste on ego. You are a moment in time, a small piece of something much greater. And when you accept this, you do not become weaker. You become untouchable. You do not shrink, you expand. You do not disappear, you become free. And once you have let go of the weight of your own importance, you will move through life with a peace that cannot be disturbed. You have freed yourself from the weight of ego, let go of the illusion that you are the center of the universe, and embraced the peace that comes from seeing your own insignificance. But there is still one more invisible force that keeps most people trapped: offense. People walk through life allowing words, opinions, and actions of others to dictate how they feel. They give away their peace so easily, letting small remarks, insults, or criticism ruin their mood, their confidence, even their entire day. But what if the power of offense was never in the words spoken to you, but in your own reaction? The Stoics understood a truth that most people never realize. No one can offend you unless you allow them to. Insults have no power unless you believe them. Criticism cannot harm you unless you choose to let it in. Negativity is meaningless unless you accept it. Your perception, not the words of others, determines whether you are affected. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't be." This is the secret. Offense is not something that happens to you. It is something you choose to feel. Most people react to insults without thinking. Someone disrespects them, and they immediately feel anger. Someone criticizes them, and they instantly feel hurt. They assume that the words themselves are the cause of their suffering, but that is not true. If words alone had power, they would offend everyone equally. But they don't. What offends one person means nothing to another. The difference is not in the words. The difference is in how they are received. Seneca taught that an insult is only effective if the person being insulted agrees with it. If someone calls you a fool and you know you are not a fool, why would it bother you? If someone mocks your failures and you accept that failure is part of growth, why would it affect you? If someone spreads lies about you and you know the truth, why waste energy defending yourself? The only reason words have power is because people give them power. Weak minds take everything personally. They assume that every comment is an attack, that every opinion about them is a reflection of their worth. But the truth is, people's words say more about them than they do about you. Someone who insults others is revealing their own insecurity. Someone who constantly criticizes is exposing their own dissatisfaction with life. Strong people do not waste time trying to hurt others because they have nothing to prove. The moment you understand this, you stop reacting emotionally to negativity. You stop allowing small words to disrupt your inner peace. Epictetus taught that you should never be disturbed by things outside your control. You cannot stop people from insulting you. You cannot stop people from criticizing you. You cannot control what they think, what they say, or how they act. But you can control your reaction. The weak give their emotions to others, letting strangers dictate how they feel. The strong keep their emotions in their own hands, refusing to be controlled by something as insignificant as an insult. People spend so much energy trying to fight words. They argue to defend their name. They react aggressively to prove they are not weak. But none of this changes anything. If someone calls you a fool and you react with anger, have you proven them wrong? If someone disrespects you and you respond with rage, have you gained anything? The greatest response to an insult is indifference. The strongest reaction is no reaction at all. Marcus Aurelius advised that the best way to deal with insults is to treat them as if they do not exist. He wrote, "When someone offends you, realize that you are complicit in taking offense." This means that offense is not automatic. It requires your participation. If you refuse to participate, if you refuse to accept the insult as real, it becomes meaningless. The words dissolve the moment you decide they do not matter. People mistakenly believe that being offended is a sign of strength. They assume that reacting aggressively makes them powerful, but the opposite is true. The more easily offended you are, the weaker you become. A person who is controlled by words is controlled by others. A person who cannot stay calm when insulted is exposing their own insecurity. True power is the ability to remain unmoved, to walk through negativity without being touched by it. There is an ancient story of a Zen master who was constantly insulted by a young man. No matter what was said, the master never reacted. Finally, the young man demanded, "Why do you not respond? Do my words mean nothing to you?" The master replied, "If someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does the gift belong?" The lesson is simple. If you do not accept an insult, it does not belong to you. It remains with the person who spoke it. Most people do not understand this. They take everything as a personal attack. They allow words to shape their emotions. They let small comments dictate their self-worth. But why? A person who knows themselves does not need validation. They do not need to fight every opinion. They do not need to respond to every insult. They understand that their peace is theirs to protect, and they do not give it away so easily. Seneca compared insults to the barking of dogs. He said, "Do not be disturbed by the noise of fools, just as you would not be disturbed by the barking of dogs at night." If a dog barks at you, do you argue with it? Do you waste time trying to prove the dog wrong? Of course not. You ignore it and continue on your way. Yet when another person speaks words, people react as if their lives are under attack. They let words from strangers control their emotions. But the wise treat insults like the barking of a distant dog, meaningless noise that does not deserve attention. People who feel the need to respond to every criticism are living in a prison of their own making. They give away their peace in exchange for arguments that lead nowhere. They believe that defending themselves is necessary, but in reality, it is wasted effort. The strongest people do not explain themselves. They do not waste time trying to correct every false opinion. They do not need to prove who they are because they know who they are. If you truly want freedom, you must train yourself to detach from words. You must recognize that offense is never about what is said. It is about how you interpret it. If you take nothing personally, no one can control you. If you see insults as noise, they become meaningless. If you remove your ego from the equation, nothing can disturb your peace. Epictetus advised that the only way to be free from offense is to develop absolute control over your own perception. He said, "If you are insulted and feel nothing, have you been insulted at all?" This is the key. If you refuse to react, the insult does not exist. If you do not give it power, it has no power. If you do not let it affect you, it becomes nothing. This is not weakness. This is the ultimate form of strength. Weakness is being controlled by words. Weakness is reacting emotionally to every comment. Weakness is needing validation to feel secure. But the strong do not need any of these things. They do not seek approval. They do not require respect. They do not waste time fighting pointless battles. They move through the world with calm, knowing that their peace is not something to be given away. Most people will never understand this. They will continue to be prisoners of their emotions, reacting to everything, letting others dictate how they feel. But those who master this principle will walk through life untouchable. No insult will harm them. No criticism will shake them. No negativity will disturb them, because they will have taken full control of their perception. This is what the Stoics mastered. And now, so can you. Nothing can offend you unless you allow it to. If you refuse to be controlled by words, you become free. If you remove the need for validation, you become powerful. If you train yourself to remain calm, no matter what is said, you become unshakable. And once you reach that level, you will realize something incredible. Nothing that anyone says about you will ever matter again. You have freed yourself from the weight of other people's opinions, broken the chains that made you vulnerable to insults, and taken back control over your emotions. But there is still one thing that quietly drains your energy, something that pulls you into unnecessary stress, something that makes life feel heavier than it needs to be. It is caring too much about the wrong things. Most people exhaust themselves because they invest too much energy into things that do not serve them. They stress over every inconvenience, react to every minor problem, and waste their time on things that do not truly matter. But the strongest people, the ones who move through life with ease, understand a simple truth. Caring less often means living more. The world tells you that you must care about everything, that you must react to every opinion, every argument, every bit of negativity that crosses your path, that if something happens, you must have an emotional response to it. But this is a trap. Not everything requires your attention. Not everything is worth your energy. When you learn to detach from the unimportant, you gain something rare: freedom. Marcus Aurelius, who had the weight of an empire on his shoulders, wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This means that most of what you stress over is beyond your control. The way people think, the things they say, the events that unfold in the world, most of it has nothing to do with you. Yet people waste years worrying about things they cannot change. They drain themselves emotionally over situations they have no influence over. They fight battles that do not need to be fought. This is why they feel exhausted, not because life is difficult, but because they carry unnecessary burdens. Indifference is not about becoming numb. It is not about ignoring everything. It is about choosing where your energy goes. It is about deciding what actually deserves your time. Most people do the opposite. They pour their energy into things that have no real impact on their life while neglecting what truly matters. They stress over strangers' opinions but do not invest in their own self-respect. They react to pointless drama but ignore their own personal growth. They chase validation from others while neglecting their own sense of peace. The Stoics understood that true power comes from detachment, not from avoiding responsibility, but from refusing to be controlled by things that do not deserve control over you. Seneca warned that people often waste their lives on distractions. He said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." People make themselves miserable by overthinking, by attaching meaning to things that do not matter, by giving importance to things that do not affect them. They fill their minds with unnecessary stress, worrying about scenarios that may never happen, getting involved in problems that are not theirs to solve, feeling obligated to care about things that do not deserve space in their thoughts. The strongest people are selective with their attention. They do not allow themselves to be dragged into every argument, every conflict, every piece of meaningless gossip. They do not react to every situation. They do not allow their emotions to be dictated by events beyond their control. They know that their time and energy are valuable, and they protect them. This is the art of indifference, not the absence of care, but the discipline to care only about what truly matters. Most people believe they must respond to everything. If someone insults them, they feel the need to defend themselves. If a situation does not go their way, they feel the need to complain. If something is unfair, they feel the need to be outraged. But none of this changes reality. None of this improves their life. It only steals their peace. The person who has mastered indifference does not fall into these traps. They let go of the things that drain them. They walk away from unnecessary conflict. They focus their energy only on what makes them stronger. Epictetus, a former slave who became one of the greatest Stoic teachers, understood this deeply. He said, "If something is beyond your control, let it go. If it is within your control, act with wisdom." This is the foundation of peace. Most suffering comes from trying to control what cannot be controlled. People exhaust themselves trying to change how others think, trying to force situations to unfold a certain way, trying to fight against reality itself. But a person who practices indifference does not resist what is beyond them. They put their effort only where it counts. There is a belief that caring less means becoming emotionless. But this is not true. It means prioritizing. It means recognizing that your energy is limited and choosing wisely where to spend it. It means knowing that not every situation needs a reaction, that not every opinion deserves a response, that not every problem is yours to solve. It means releasing the unnecessary so you can focus on what truly matters. People who fail to understand this will spend their entire lives exhausted. They will constantly react, constantly be pulled in every direction, constantly feel overwhelmed by things they do not even need to be involved in. They will waste time worrying about what others think, defending themselves against meaningless criticism, holding on to past mistakes, feeling obligated to engage with negativity, and in doing so, they will never truly live. True indifference is an act of power. It is stepping back from the noise and choosing not to let it consume you. It is recognizing that most of what upsets people is self-inflicted. It is understanding that real strength is found not in fighting every battle, but in knowing which battles are not worth fighting at all. Marcus Aurelius advised that when faced with something upsetting, one should ask, "Will this matter in a year? Will this affect my life in any meaningful way?" Most of the time, the answer is no. The things people stress over today will not even be remembered a year from now. Yet, in the moment, they allow these things to consume them. But the wise step back. They observe without attachment. They choose where their energy goes. And because of this, they remain in control. A person who has mastered indifference walks through life with ease. They do not chase approval because they do not need it. They do not get involved in meaningless conflict because it is beneath them. They do not allow small things to ruin their peace because they understand how little those things actually matter. They focus on what is within their control, on their growth, their discipline, their inner peace, and because of this, they live lighter, freer, happier. Seneca spoke of the importance of learning to let go. He said, "Attach yourself only to what is necessary and release everything else." This is the simplest way to live. Do not hold on to things that drain you. Do not invest in battles that do not serve you. Do not engage with negativity that does not deserve your attention. Most stress is optional. Most problems are only as big as the mind allows them to be. When you train yourself to care less about what does not matter, you make space for what does. Most people do not have this discipline. They are reactive. They take everything personally. They feel obligated to engage with negativity. They live in a state of constant emotional exhaustion because they do not know how to step back. But those who understand the art of indifference move differently. They do not give energy to things that weaken them. They do not let external events dictate their emotions. They protect their peace with precision. This does not mean being careless. It does not mean ignoring responsibility. It means refusing to carry unnecessary weight. It means being selective with your attention. It means letting go of what does not serve you. And once you master this, you will feel something most people never do: freedom. Life is too short to be spent caring about things that do not matter. The world is filled with distractions, with noise, with endless sources of stress. But you do not have to engage with it. You can step back. You can choose where your focus goes. You can decide what is worth your energy. And once you do, you will realize something incredible. Caring less does not make life emptier. It makes it richer. Because when you stop wasting time on the unimportant, you finally have the space to focus on what truly matters. You have learned to let go of what drains you, to detach from meaningless distractions, to focus only on what truly matters. But there is still one thing that holds people back more than anything else: the fear of death. It is the quiet force that shapes every decision, every hesitation, every wasted moment. Most people do not realize it, but this fear controls them. It makes them live cautiously, cling to comfort, delay their dreams, and hold back from truly experiencing life. They act as if they have endless time, as if tomorrow is guaranteed, as if death is something distant. But the truth is, it is always near, and until you accept it fully, you will never be free. The Stoics embraced a practice that most people avoid. They reminded themselves of death every single day, not as a morbid obsession, but as a tool for power. They called it memento mori. Remember, you must die. This was not meant to inspire fear, but urgency. It was not meant to depress, but to awaken. Because when you stop running from death, when you face it directly, something shifts inside you. You stop hesitating. You stop procrastinating. You stop holding back. You realize that the only logical way to live is fully, without fear, without regret. Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man of his time, constantly reflected on his own mortality. He wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." He knew that nothing was guaranteed, not the next year, not the next week, not even the next hour. And rather than fearing this, he used it as a guide. Every decision, every action was shaped by the knowledge that time was limited. This is what made him effective, what gave him clarity, what kept him from wasting his life on things that did not matter. Most people live as if they have forever. They waste time on petty arguments, on mindless distractions, on chasing approval. They hold off on their dreams, waiting for the right time. They assume they will always have another chance. But memento mori cuts through this illusion. It reminds you that there is no right time. There is only now. And if you do not act, if you do not move, if you do not live fully today, you may never get another chance. Seneca warned that people make the mistake of treating life as if it will last forever. He said, "You are afraid of dying. But come now, how is this life of yours anything but death?" He was pointing to a truth that few are willing to face. If you are not living with purpose, if you are not doing what matters, if you are not using your time wisely, then you are already dead in a way. You are simply existing, waiting, drifting through time instead of truly living. Fear of death makes people weak. It makes them desperate for security, afraid to take risks, hesitant to step outside of comfort. They seek safety at the cost of experience. They trade adventure for predictability. They waste years planning for a future that may never come. But the Stoic does not live this way. They do not fear death because they know it is inevitable. Instead, they use it as motivation. They live each day as if it were their last, not in recklessness, but in purpose. They do not postpone the things that matter. They do not assume they will have time later. They act now, while they still can. The idea of death terrifies most people because they refuse to accept it. They push it away, pretend it does not exist, avoid thinking about it. But this does not make it go away. It only makes them unprepared. When death finally arrives, they are filled with regret, realizing too late that they never truly lived. But those who embrace memento mori are ready. They have nothing left unsaid, nothing left undone. They do not reach the end wishing they had been braver, bolder, more present. They already lived that way. Epictetus, who had every reason to fear death as a former slave, saw it differently. He said, "Death is nothing dreadful, but the judgment that it is dreadful is what is dreadful." In other words, it is not death itself that causes suffering. It is the fear of it. And fear is a choice. The moment you accept that death is certain, that it can come at any time, you stop fearing it. You stop wasting your energy trying to avoid the unavoidable. You use that energy to live instead. This is why the greatest warriors, the most fearless leaders, the most influential thinkers throughout history have all confronted death directly. Samurai warriors meditated on their own deaths daily so they could fight without hesitation. Marcus Aurelius, even as emperor, would remind himself that he was just a man, that power and status meant nothing in the face of mortality. Artists, writers, revolutionaries, all those who have shaped history, understood that death was not something to be feared, but something to be used. When you accept that you are going to die, you stop delaying. You stop waiting for the perfect conditions. You stop living passively. You start saying what needs to be said. You start doing what needs to be done. You start removing the meaningless distractions that steal your time. Because time is the only thing you truly own, and once it is gone forever. Most people misunderstand what it means to live without fear of death. They think it means recklessness, carelessness, living without caution. But the opposite is true. The person who has accepted their mortality does not waste time on trivial things. They do not waste years chasing approval. They do not spend their days worrying about things that will not matter in the end. They become precise, focused, unshaken by the things that stress most people, because when you know the clock is ticking, you stop playing small. Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." Most people are not afraid of dying. They are afraid of dying without having truly lived. They look back and see all the time they lost, all the opportunities they ignored, all the moments they let slip away because they assumed they had more time. But the person who remembers death daily does not make this mistake. They do not waste time. They do not hesitate. They live with urgency, with purpose, with fire. Memento mori is not about obsession with death. It is about mastering life. It is about making sure that when the end comes, you have no regrets. It is about stripping away everything unimportant and focusing only on what truly matters. It is about breaking free from the illusion that you are guaranteed another day. When you wake up in the morning, you have two choices: live as if life is infinite and waste another day, or live as if time is running out and make every moment count. The world is full of people who will reach the end of their lives and realize too late that they never truly lived. Do not be one of them. Do not wait to appreciate life until it is slipping away. Do not waste time on things that do not matter. Accept death fully, and in doing so, become fearless. When you no longer fear the end, you no longer hold back. You no longer hesitate. You no longer wait. You simply live. And that is the greatest power anyone can have. You have faced the reality of death, stripped away hesitation, and freed yourself from the illusion that time is unlimited. But there is one more illusion that keeps people trapped: the belief that reality is fixed, that life is something happening to them, that they have no control over what they feel. This is the greatest mistake of all. Most suffering does not come from events themselves, but from the way those events are perceived. People assume that hardship, failure, and setbacks automatically mean pain, that insults must always cause offense, that loss must always bring misery. But none of these things have meaning until the mind assigns them one. The Stoics understood this deeply. Reality is not what happens to you. Reality is how you see what happens to you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This is the most important truth a person can understand. Most people go through life trying to control what cannot be controlled. They attempt to force people to behave a certain way, expect circumstances to unfold in their favor, and believe that peace comes from external stability. But nothing outside of you can ever be fully controlled. The only thing that is truly yours, the only thing that can never be taken from you, is your perception, how you choose to interpret the world around you. And if you master that, you master everything. Most people assume emotions are automatic. that if something bad happens, they must feel bad, that if something unfair occurs, they must feel anger, that if they lose something valuable, they must feel loss. But none of this is true. Emotion is not caused by events. It is caused by interpretation of events. A person who fails a test can see it as a disaster or as a lesson. A person who is criticized can take it as an attack or as feedback. A person who loses money can view it as a crisis or as an opportunity to rebuild. The event does not change. Only the perception of it does. Seneca warned against being a slave to perception. He said, "We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality." People create their own suffering through the stories they tell themselves. They assume the worst, interpret neutral situations as personal attacks, and react emotionally to things that do not require a reaction. They allow their thoughts to spiral, turning small problems into unbearable burdens. But all of this is a choice, and once you recognize that perception is the source of suffering, you gain the ability to end suffering at its root. Most people do not realize they are trapped in their own minds. They assume that what they see is reality, but perception is not truth. It is simply a lens. Two people can experience the same event and have completely different reactions. One sees an obstacle and quits. The other sees a challenge and rises. One loses a job and falls into despair. The other sees it as an opportunity to create something new. Nothing in the external world changes. The only difference is the internal interpretation. Epictetus, who was born a slave and later became one of the greatest Stoic teachers, understood that perception is the key to freedom. He said, "It is not events that disturb people, but their judgments about them." He knew that no matter how difficult life became, no matter how unfair circumstances were, he still had control over the most important thing, his perspective. And because of this, he could never truly be a prisoner. His mind was free, no matter what happened around him. Most people let their perception be dictated by habit. They react emotionally without questioning why. They assume that frustration, stress, or sadness are unavoidable. But nothing is automatic. Every emotion is a response to a belief, to an interpretation of reality. The person who sees setbacks as failures will always feel defeated. The person who sees setbacks as lessons will always feel empowered. The difference is not the event, it is the meaning given to it. The strongest people in history were not those who avoided hardship. They were those who controlled how they saw hardship. They did not allow failures to define them. They did not allow criticism to destroy them. They did not allow loss to break them. They controlled their perception so completely that nothing external could dictate their internal peace. Most people chase happiness by trying to change external circumstances. They believe that if they can just get more money, more success, more approval, then they will feel good. But happiness has nothing to do with what happens outside of you. It is entirely dependent on how you interpret life. A person can have everything and still be miserable if they focus on what they lack. Another person can have almost nothing and still feel fulfilled if they focus on what they have. This is why perception is everything. It is not the world that determines happiness. It is the mind. Marcus Aurelius trained himself to see obstacles as opportunities. He refused to let hardship make him weaker. Instead, he turned every challenge into a way to grow. He wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This means that every difficulty contains something valuable, if you train yourself to see it. Most people see problems and complain. The wise see problems and ask, "What can this teach me? How can this make me stronger?" This shift in thinking changes everything. Seneca advised people to practice reframing their problems. He said, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials." What most people see as suffering is often just growth in disguise. The loss that feels unbearable now may lead to something greater. The failure that feels humiliating now may be the best thing that ever happened to you. But you will never realize this if you only see problems as problems. You must learn to see problems as teachers, as stepping stones, as necessary parts of growth. People assume that peace comes from avoiding struggle, but real peace comes from controlling perception. If you believe hardship is an attack, you will suffer. If you believe hardship is training, you will grow. The event itself is neutral. You give it meaning. This is why two people can experience the same storm, but one drowns while the other learns to navigate the waves. Epictetus taught that external events are not within your control, but your response always is. He said, "When something happens, the only thing in your power is your attitude toward it. You can either accept it or resent it." This is the choice everyone must make. Most people choose resentment. They resist reality. They argue with life, wishing things were different, blaming others, feeling victimized. But none of this changes anything. The Stoic chooses acceptance, not passivity, but clarity. They see things as they are, and they adjust accordingly. When you control perception, you gain the greatest power a person can have, the ability to create your own reality. You are no longer at the mercy of circumstances. You do not waste energy on things that cannot be changed. You do not break when things go wrong. You do not live in a constant state of frustration, disappointment, or stress. Because you see everything as fuel, as an opportunity to sharpen yourself, as something that serves you rather than something that controls you. Most people will never understand this. They will spend their entire lives being controlled by their reactions, assuming their emotions are dictated by events, believing that happiness is something found outside of themselves. But those who grasp this principle will move through life untouchable. No setback will destroy them. No failure will define them. No loss will shake them, because they have taken control of the only thing that ever mattered, their perception. This is what the Stoics mastered. And now, so can you. When you shift how you see the world itself changes. When you take responsibility for your perception, nothing can harm you. When you train yourself to see problems as opportunities, life itself becomes your greatest teacher. And when you truly understand this, you will realize something incredible. Everything that happens to you is exactly what you need to become stronger. The choice is yours. Stay blind and suffer, or change your perspective and set yourself free. You have taken control of your perception, broken free from the illusions that distort reality, and learned that nothing has meaning except the meaning you give it. But there is still one force that quietly controls people, one thing that causes suffering more than failure, fear, or even pain: the refusal to let go. People hold on too tightly. They cling to possessions as if they define them. They attach their happiness to relationships as if they are permanent. They build their entire identity around their successes, their titles, their status. And when these things are taken away, as they inevitably are, they feel lost, broken, powerless. But the Stoics understood something most people ignore. Nothing in this world truly belongs to you. Not your wealth, not your relationships, not even your own self-image. Everything is temporary, and the faster you accept this, the freer you become. Most suffering is not caused by loss itself, but by attachment to what is lost. It is not the breakup that causes pain, but the belief that love should last forever. It is not losing money that creates stress, but the idea that financial security is the key to happiness. It is not aging that brings despair, but the attachment to youth, to beauty, to the illusion of permanence. The more you attach your happiness to things outside of you, the more fragile you become, because everything outside of you can be taken away. But the person who trains themselves to let go does not break. They remain whole, no matter what burns to the ground around them. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have little time, but that we waste much of it clinging to things that were never ours to keep." He saw what most people refuse to see, that attachment is a trap. The tighter you hold on to something, the more fear controls you. The more you depend on something, the more vulnerable you are to losing it. This is why the Stoics practiced non-attachment, not as a rejection of life, but as a way to fully embrace it without fear. Marcus Aurelius warned against being owned by external things. He wrote, "Loss is nothing more than change, and change is nature's delight." Everything you have today, your relationships, your possessions, your reputation, will eventually change, and resisting this reality only causes suffering. The person who refuses to let go fights against the natural flow of life. They resist what is inevitable. They try to freeze moments in time, to hold on to what was never meant to last. But this resistance is pointless. The world keeps moving whether you accept it or not. Most people think attachment means love, that detachment means coldness. But this is a mistake. To be attached is to be afraid, to live in constant fear of loss, to hold on so tightly that you suffocate the very things you claim to love. To be non-attached is to love without fear, to appreciate what is here without needing it to stay. It is not about caring less, it is about needing less. A person who clings too tightly is never free. A person who loves without attachment is the only one who can truly enjoy what they have, because they are not living in fear of its loss. Epictetus, who was once a slave and had everything taken from him, understood this deeply. He taught that nothing truly belongs to you, that everything is borrowed from life itself. He said, "Never say of anything, 'I have lost it,' but instead, 'It has been returned.' Your wealth? Temporary. Your friendships? Temporary. Your very body? Temporary. You do not own these things. You are simply experiencing them for a time. And when they leave, as all things do, you do not suffer, because you never considered them yours to keep." People waste years holding on to what is already gone. They stay stuck in the past, replaying memories, refusing to move forward. They hold on to resentment, onto regret, onto expectations that were never fulfilled. They cling to versions of themselves that no longer exist, refusing to grow because they are too attached to who they used to be. But the person who has trained themselves to let go does not carry this unnecessary weight. They burn away what no longer serves them. They release what is already lost. They do not fight change. They welcome it. Most people fear losing their possessions. They work tirelessly to protect what they own, to accumulate more, to build a life of security. But security is an illusion. The richest person in the world can lose everything in a moment. The most successful person can fall overnight. The Stoics saw wealth as something to be used, not something to be depended on. They practiced voluntary poverty, living as if they had nothing, even when they had everything. Seneca, one of the wealthiest men of his time, would deliberately live for days with only the simplest food, wearing the roughest clothing, reminding himself that he could be happy with nothing. He did this not because he enjoyed suffering, but because he understood that attachment to wealth makes a person weak. The moment you need something to feel secure, you have lost control. Relationships are another thing people refuse to let go of. They cling to them, believing that love means possession, that a person must always be theirs. But no one truly belongs to you. People change, they grow, they leave. The Stoics did not reject relationships, but they refused to be owned by them. They loved deeply, but without attachment. They understood that love is a gift, not something to demand or to expect forever. The person who is terrified of losing love is never truly free to experience it. They spend their days grasping, controlling, fearing its loss, instead of simply being in it. Even identity itself is something people refuse to release. They hold on to who they think they are, resisting change, terrified of stepping into something new. They define themselves by their past, by their achievements, by their failures. But none of these things are permanent. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that he was not an emperor, not a philosopher, not even a man of great status. He was simply a being passing through time, playing a role for now, but never permanently attached to it. This allowed him to move through life without ego, without fear of losing what was never truly his. Most suffering is self-inflicted. It comes not from loss, but from refusal to accept loss. The more you fight against reality, the more it hurts you. The person who is willing to let everything burn, to release possessions, to release people, to release identity itself, becomes untouchable. They cannot be broken by loss because they do not fear it. They cannot be controlled by fear because they have nothing to protect. They move through life light, unburdened, free. Epictetus compared life to a banquet. He said, "When the dish is passed to you, take a portion. When it is taken away, let it go. Do not cling or cry out for more." This is the mindset that leads to peace. Appreciate what is in front of you while it is there, and when it is gone, do not chase it. Do not mourn it. Do not resist its departure. Simply move forward. Most people will never understand this. They will continue to live as prisoners of attachment, fearing loss, resisting change, trying to hold on to things that were never meant to last. But those who embrace the Stoic way, who train themselves to let it burn, will experience something rare, absolute freedom. They will not be shaken by losing what they never considered theirs to own. They will not cling to what was always meant to pass. They will not fear the natural flow of life. This is what the Stoics mastered. And now, so can you. The choice is simple. Live with constant fear of losing what you cling to, or let it burn and set yourself free. Release the weight. Stop grasping. Let go of the illusion that anything belongs to you. And once you do, you will move through life untouchable, unshaken, and at peace with whatever comes next. You have learned to let go, to free yourself from attachment, to move through life without clinging to things that were never truly yours. But there is one final attachment that still holds most people hostage: their dependence on what others think of them. They seek approval, like air, addicted to praise, terrified of criticism. Their self-worth is fragile, built not on what they know about themselves, but on what the world tells them they are. They rise when they are complimented, and fall when they are insulted. They crave recognition and fear rejection. This is weakness disguised as confidence, and until you break free from it, you will never be truly in control. The Stoics understood something most people never will. Praise and criticism are just noise. They are not real. They do not change who you are. They are nothing more than opinions, words spoken from one fleeting mind to another, and yet people let them dictate their entire sense of self. Marcus Aurelius, who had both the highest praise and the worst criticism thrown at him, warned, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." If your confidence depends on the approval of others, you are not confident. You are controlled. And if you can be lifted by praise, you can just as easily be destroyed by an insult. Most people believe that being praised is a good thing, that receiving compliments means they are doing something right. But what they do not realize is that the moment they start seeking praise, they become its prisoner. They change their behavior to keep receiving it. They mold themselves to fit expectations. They silence their true selves in exchange for validation. And when the praise stops, when the admiration fades, they are left empty, desperate for more, unable to stand on their own without the applause of others. Criticism works the same way. People assume that if they are insulted, if they are judged, it must mean something about them. They let the words of others sink into their minds, shaping their confidence, infecting their thoughts. They waste energy defending themselves, arguing, proving their worth to people who do not even matter. But the wise do not waste time fighting opinions. They know that an insult is just sound, that criticism is just perspective, that none of it has power unless they give it power. Seneca warned against chasing approval or fearing disapproval. He said, "A person should be upright, not kept upright," meaning you should not rely on external validation to keep you standing. If you need others to tell you that you are strong, that you are good, that you are worthy, then you are none of those things. True confidence does not waver when praise comes and does not shake when criticism arrives. It remains still, unmoved, fireproof. Most people do not control their own sense of self. They give that power to everyone else. They let society tell them what success looks like. They let strangers determine their value. They let opinions dictate their happiness. And in doing so, they become puppets, living not for themselves, but for the approval of others. The Stoic is different. They do not let outside voices govern their mind. They decide for themselves who they are. They stand firm, unshaken, untouched by the shifting tides of opinion. Epictetus, who lived as a slave before becoming one of the greatest Stoic philosophers, knew the power of controlling perception. He said, "If someone speaks ill of you, do not make excuses. Simply say, 'He does not know me well enough.'" He understood that people's opinions are based on their own experiences, their own biases, their own assumptions, and because of that, they are never a reflection of reality. Why should you care what a stranger thinks? Why should you let someone's words enter your mind and disturb your peace? If they praise you, it is their opinion. If they insult you, it is the same. Neither should change anything about how you see yourself. The moment you free yourself from the need for approval, you become dangerous. You are no longer manipulated by compliments, no longer controlled by judgment. You act based on what is right, not on what is rewarded. You speak your truth, not what will be most liked. You live fully, without hesitation, without adjusting yourself to fit expectations. And when this happens, you gain something few people ever experience: absolute freedom. The greatest leaders, the strongest minds, the most unshakable people in history did not live for the approval of others. They were ridiculed, doubted, attacked. But they did not bend. They did not seek to be liked. They did not chase validation. They were fireproof. They stood firm in their principles, unaffected by the noise around them, and because of this, they could not be controlled. People waste their lives seeking recognition, fearing disapproval, adjusting themselves to be liked. But recognition fades. The admiration of others is temporary. No matter how much praise you collect, it will never be enough. No matter how much approval you receive, it will never make you whole, because true confidence does not come from the outside. It comes from knowing who you are without needing anyone else to confirm it. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that the opinions of others are irrelevant. He wrote, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinions than our own." This is the great irony of human nature. People live their lives prioritizing what others think, even when they know those people do not truly matter. They shape their choices based on the expectations of strangers, even when those strangers will be forgotten. They allow fear of judgment to stop them from acting, even when those who judge them will soon be gone. If you let opinions dictate your actions, you are not free. If you allow praise to boost your confidence, you are not strong. If you change who you are based on how others react, you do not know yourself. The only way to be truly powerful is to detach completely from the need for approval, to move through life with a sense of certainty that does not rise when praised or fall when insulted, to remain centered in yourself, unmoved, untouchable. This is what the Stoics mastered. They understood that the world is full of opinions, full of noise, full of voices trying to shape them. But they also understood that none of it matters unless they allow it to matter. They trained themselves to hear an insult and feel nothing, to receive praise and feel nothing, to stand strong no matter what was said about them. And in doing so, they became immune. They became fireproof. Most people will never reach this level. They will continue to live as slaves to approval, changing themselves to be liked, suffering when they are criticized. But those who train their minds to be unmoved, to remain still in the storm of opinion, will experience something most never do: true power. When you no longer need praise, when you no longer fear judgment, when you act not for approval, but because you know what is right, you become unstoppable. This is your challenge. Let go of the need for validation. Stop chasing recognition. Do what is right, not what is liked. Speak your truth, not what is praised. Move through life without attachment to compliments or criticism. And when you master this, you will reach a level of confidence that nothing can shake. You will no longer rise and fall with the opinions of others. You will stand, fireproof, untouchable, completely in control of your own mind. You have freed yourself from the control of praise and criticism, broken the need for approval, and built a mind that stands firm regardless of external opinions. But there is still one final layer of weakness that must be burned away: the quiet addiction to comfort, the silent enemy that keeps people soft, weak, and unprepared for the reality of life. Most people do not realize it, but their dependence on ease is what limits them the most. They seek warmth, convenience, and pleasure at every turn, avoiding anything that causes discomfort, anything that forces them to struggle. And because of this, they remain fragile, incapable of handling real adversity when it comes. The Stoics understood that comfort is a slow poison. It weakens the body, dulls the mind, and makes a person reliant on external ease rather than internal strength. They knew that the only way to build resilience, to develop a mind that can endure anything, is through voluntary discomfort. Choosing struggle before struggle chooses you. Seneca, one of the wealthiest men of his time, would deliberately sleep on the floor, eat the simplest food, and wear rough clothing, reminding himself that luxury was not a necessity. He understood that the more you expose yourself to discomfort on your own terms, the less you fear hardship when it arrives. Most people only grow when they are forced to. They wait until life pushes them into hardship, and when it does, They are unprepared, overwhelmed, and broken by the weight of struggle. But those who train in discomfort ahead of time do not suffer when adversity strikes. They have already lived through it, already built the strength to endure. They do not panic when conditions are unfavorable because they have trained themselves to survive without comfort. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that suffering was not something to be avoided, but something to be used. He wrote, "The more we value comfort, the more we make ourselves slaves to it." The person who requires ease to function is owned by it. If they need a soft bed to sleep, they are weak when forced to sleep on the ground. If they need perfect conditions to work, they break when things become chaotic. If they need certainty to feel secure, they crumble when uncertainty arrives. The Stoic trains for all conditions, exposing themselves to hardship so that when life removes comfort, they do not break, they adapt. Voluntary discomfort is not about suffering for its own sake. It is about forging an unshakable mindset, about proving to yourself that you can endure more than you think. When you strip away the unnecessary, when you test yourself against struggle, you discover something powerful. Most of what you think you need is an illusion. You do not need perfect circumstances. You do not need luxury. You do not need everything to be easy. You need discipline. You need mental strength. You need the ability to function at a high level under any condition. Epictetus, who was born into slavery, knew that resilience was not given. It was built. He said, "The greater the difficulty, the more glory in overcoming it." This is the truth that most people avoid. They want strength without struggle, growth without hardship, success without sacrifice. But that is not how reality works. You do not become strong by avoiding discomfort. You become strong by stepping into it, by testing yourself, by training your mind to be unbreakable. Most people will never do this. They will stay in their comfort zones, waiting for life to challenge them, and when it does, they will collapse under pressure. But those who train in hardship before it arrives will walk through life untouchable. They will not fear hunger because they have gone without food before. They will not fear discomfort because they have lived without luxury. They will not fear chaos because they have trained themselves to function in the middle of it. This is why soldiers train in brutal conditions before battle. They do not wait for war to test their strength. They push themselves to the limit in advance so that when the real fight comes, they are already prepared. The Stoic follows the same principle. They do not wait for life to challenge them. They challenge themselves daily so that when hardship arrives, it is nothing new. Seneca advised people to practice living with less, to strip away comforts and see how little they truly need. He said, "Set aside a number of days each month during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare, with coarse and rough dress, saying to yourself all the while, 'Is this the condition I feared?'" Most people fear struggle because they have never tested themselves against it. They assume hardship is unbearable. But when you deliberately expose yourself to it, you realize something. You can endure far more than you ever thought possible. The person who has never gone hungry fears hunger. The person who has never pushed their physical limits assumes they are weak. The person who has never stepped outside of comfort believes they cannot survive without it. But those who have trained in discomfort know the truth. They are stronger than they imagined, more capable than they believed, less dependent on ease than they were told. Voluntary hardship is not just about physical endurance. It is about mental toughness. It is about proving to yourself that you are not controlled by external conditions. When you choose discomfort, you take control of your mind. You teach yourself that you do not need what others believe is necessary. You build an inner strength that cannot be taken from you. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that nothing in life is truly unbearable. He wrote, "If it is endurable, then endure it. Stop complaining." This is the mindset of the strong. They do not waste time wishing things were easier. They do not break down when life removes comfort. They do not see struggle as suffering. They see it as training. They do not complain about discomfort. They seek it out because they know it is the path to true power. Most people will never understand this. They will continue to seek ease, to avoid hardship, to live in fear of struggle. And because of this, they will remain weak, fragile, unprepared for the reality of life. But those who take control, who expose themselves to challenge, who embrace discomfort on their own terms, will rise above the rest. They will not fear hunger, exhaustion, loss, or pain, because they have already faced them. This is what the Stoics mastered, and now, so can you. Stop waiting for life to test you. Test yourself. Stop fearing struggle. Step into it. Stop seeking comfort. Build a mind that can function without it. And when you do, you will discover something most people never will. There is nothing life can throw at you that you have not already prepared for. You will walk through life unshaken, resilient, unstoppable. And in the end, that is the only kind of strength that truly matters. You have hardened your mind through voluntary discomfort, trained yourself to function without ease, and built a resilience that makes you unshakable. But there is still one silent enemy that drains energy, weakens the mind, and keeps most people trapped in cycles of stress and regret: the inability to stay in the present. Most suffering is not caused by what is happening right now, but by thoughts of the past and fears about the future. People spend their days reliving mistakes, regretting what cannot be undone, worrying about things that may never happen. And in doing so, they waste the only thing that ever truly exists: this moment. The Stoics understood that the mind's greatest weakness is its tendency to drift. Marcus Aurelius, who ruled an empire yet still struggled with his own thoughts, wrote, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment." He knew that the mind, left unchecked, would always seek to escape the now. It would replay old failures, anticipate future troubles, and create suffering where none exists. But he also knew that this was an illusion. Only this moment is real, and the person who learns to live fully in it is the only one who is truly free. Most people never experience real peace because they are always somewhere else. They are stuck in old arguments, reliving moments that are long gone. They are trapped in anxiety, imagining worst-case scenarios that have not even happened. Their body is here, but their mind is miles away. And because of this, they miss life itself. They are never fully present, never fully alive, never fully engaged in what is actually happening. They are lost in thoughts that serve no purpose, in worries that change nothing, in memories that cannot be rewritten. Seneca warned that life is wasted when it is spent anywhere but the present. He said, "We are tormented more by imagination than by reality." People assume that stress comes from external events, but most of it is self-inflicted. The past does not exist anymore, only thoughts of it remain. The future has not arrived, only projections of it exist in the mind. The suffering people feel is not from real events, but from their attachment to what is not real. And once this is understood, it changes everything. The mind cannot be trusted to stay in the present unless it is trained. It will always seek to escape, to obsess over things beyond control, to dwell on things that no longer matter. This is why most people live in a constant state of dissatisfaction. They are always looking back, wishing things had been different, or they are looking forward, fearing what is to come. But they are never here, and because of this, they are never at peace. Marcus Aurelius advised himself to let go of everything except the present moment. He wrote, "Confine yourself to the present." This does not mean ignoring the future or forgetting the past. It means recognizing that neither of them exist right now. The only time action can be taken, the only time where life is actually happening, is now. And if you do not fully engage with this moment, you are not living. You are just existing in a state of distraction. Most people assume that worrying about the future prepares them for it. But worry does not create solutions. It only creates suffering. A person who constantly fears what might happen loses their ability to function in the present. They hesitate, overthink, and waste energy on things that are not even real yet. But the Stoics understood that the future will come regardless of how much you worry. The only rational approach is to prepare for it while staying fully rooted in the present. Seneca compared life to a river. He said, "He suffers more than necessary, who suffers before it is necessary." Worrying about something before it happens does not make you stronger. It makes you weaker. It drains your energy, fills your mind with unnecessary stress, and blinds you to the opportunities in front of you. The person who lives in the present does not waste time dreading the future. They handle what is in front of them, and when the future arrives, they handle that too. People also destroy themselves by clinging to the past. They replay failures, hold on to regrets, and keep themselves trapped in old wounds. But nothing can be changed. No amount of thinking will rewrite what has already happened. And yet, people waste years trying to mentally undo the unchangeable. They assume that if they had done things differently, life would be better now. But this is a lie. The past happened exactly as it was meant to happen, and the only thing that matters is what you do now. Epictetus, who endured slavery and hardship, understood this deeply. He said, "Do not be troubled by things that exist outside your power. The past is beyond power. The future is beyond power. The only thing within control is how you act now. And when you master this, you free yourself from the weight of regret and the chains of anxiety." Most people never train their minds to stay present, and because of this, they suffer endlessly. They spend their days worrying about problems that do not exist yet. They relive pain that should have already been released. They exist everywhere but here, never realizing that this moment is the only thing they truly own. But those who discipline themselves to live fully in the present move through life with a rare kind of power. They are not distracted by thoughts of what could have been. They are not consumed by what might be. They act, fully engaged with reality, unaffected by anything beyond their reach. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that the mind must be controlled, or it will control you. He wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." If you knew this was your last day, how much time would you spend worrying? How much energy would you waste on things that do not matter? How many moments would you let slip away because you were too lost in thought to experience them? The person who fully grasps this does not waste time. They do not delay action. They do not let stress steal their days. They live here and now because they understand that nothing else exists. Seneca warned against people who constantly live for the future, assuming that one day everything will be perfect. He said, "You act as if you will live forever. Your days are numbered. Use them wisely." Most people delay life, telling themselves that one day they will be happy, that one day they will finally live the way they want to. But that day never comes. The future is always ahead, and they are always waiting for it. The only people who truly live are the ones who stop waiting and start acting now. This is why the Stoics trained themselves in present moment awareness. They did not allow themselves to dwell on what was lost or fear what was ahead. They stayed focused only on what was in front of them, because they knew that regret, stress, hesitation, all of it disappears when you are fully present. A person who is deeply engaged in the moment has no time to fear the future or mourn the past. They are too busy living. Most people will never understand this. They will continue to be trapped in their minds, haunted by memories, paralyzed by fear of what is ahead. But those who train themselves to stay fully present will experience something most never do: absolute clarity. They will not waste time trying to rewrite what cannot be rewritten. They will not fear what has not happened. They will be fully immersed in life itself, experiencing it without resistance, without distraction, without the unnecessary suffering that comes from being anywhere but here. This is what the Stoics mastered, and now, so can you. Let go of what is gone. Stop fearing what has not arrived. Focus entirely on this moment, because it is the only thing that is real. When you train yourself to do this, stress disappears, hesitation fades, and life becomes something most people never get to experience, something fully lived. You have freed yourself from the weight of the past and the anxiety of the future, trained your mind to live fully in the present, and stripped away the unnecessary suffering that comes from being anywhere but here. But there is still one thing that keeps people trapped in emotional turmoil: attachment to results. Most people do not realize it, but they live as prisoners of their own expectations. They believe that happiness depends on getting what they want, that success is measured by outcomes, that their worth is tied to their achievements, and because of this, they are never free. The Stoics understood that true strength does not come from winning. It does not come from reaching goals, from being admired, from seeing plans unfold perfectly. It comes from detachment. It comes from focusing on what is within control and releasing everything that is not. Marcus Aurelius, who faced constant war, betrayal, and pressure as emperor, reminded himself daily, "You have power over your actions, not over the outcome. Focus on what you can do and let the rest go." This is what separates the weak from the strong. The weak live in constant emotional highs and lows, feeling victorious when things go their way and defeated when they do not. The strong do not fluctuate. They remain steady because they are not attached to results. They focus only on what is in their hands. Most people tie their emotions to the outcome of their efforts. If they succeed, they feel worthy. If they fail, they feel like nothing. This is why they suffer. They put all of their energy into chasing things that are beyond their control. They believe that if they just try hard enough, life will reward them exactly the way they want. But life does not work like that. No matter how much effort is put in, outcomes are never fully in one's control. An athlete can train for years and still lose. A business can be built with everything in place and still fail. A relationship can be nurtured with love and still fall apart. The problem is not the effort. It is expecting a specific result. Seneca warned against being emotionally attached to the outcome of efforts. He said, "If you wish to be free, stop wishing for things to turn out exactly as you want. Accept what happens and work with it." This does not mean giving up. It does not mean caring less. It means removing dependence. It means understanding that effort is what matters, not what comes from it. Most suffering comes from wanting things to happen in a certain way and resisting when they do not. People set expectations for how life should unfold, how others should treat them, how things should work out. And when reality does not match those expectations, they experience disappointment, frustration, even despair. But reality does not change to fit expectations. It moves according to its own rules. The person who refuses to accept this will suffer endlessly. The person who embraces it will be free. Marcus Aurelius trained himself to focus only on his actions, not on whether they led to success or failure. He wrote, "Do what is right, the rest does not matter." He understood that worrying about results is wasted effort. The only thing that can be controlled is how you show up, how much effort is given, how disciplined you remain. Everything beyond that is not yours to control. And if you do not control it, why attach your emotions to it? Most people hesitate because they fear failure. They do not start projects, do not take risks, do not speak their mind, because they are terrified that things will not turn out as they want. But this fear only exists because they are attached to the outcome. They see failure as something to be avoided, something that defines them. But the truth is, failure is just an outcome. It is not good or bad. It is simply information. It is feedback. It is part of the process. The person who detaches from the outcome does not fear failure because they do not need success. They work hard, they give everything, but they do not require a certain result in order to feel at peace. Epictetus, who had every reason to be bitter about life after being born a slave, refused to attach himself to results. He said, "Happiness and freedom begin with a clear understanding of one principle. Some things are within your control, and some things are not." The moment you accept this fully, emotional suffering disappears. If something is within control, focus on it. If it is not, release it. There is no point in worrying about something that you cannot influence. There is no point in making happiness conditional on something that is not in your hands. Most people will never grasp this. They will continue to base their emotions on things outside of their control. They will let the stock market dictate their peace. They will let relationships determine their self-worth. They will let the opinions of others control how they feel. But those who master detachment will move through life untouched. They will not be crushed when things go wrong. They will not be anxious about the future. They will not waste time over-analyzing past failures. They will simply take action and accept whatever happens next. Marcus Aurelius used the analogy of an archer. He said, "An archer can aim well, control their stance, and fire the arrow with precision. But once the arrow leaves the bow, it is out of their hands. The wind may shift, the target may move, a distraction may occur. These things are beyond control. The only thing the archer can do is execute the shot with discipline. The rest does not belong to them. This is how you must train your mind. Do your best. Work hard. Give everything. But once the arrow is released, stop worrying. You have done your part. Whatever happens next is not your concern." Most stress comes from trying to control what cannot be controlled. People waste energy wishing things had gone differently, trying to force outcomes, feeling defeated when things do not unfold as planned. But the Stoic does not live this way. The Stoic trains themselves to release attachment, to let go of results, to focus only on effort, because they know that the true measure of strength is not whether things go their way, it is whether they can remain steady when they do not. Seneca advised practicing this daily. He said, "Treat each day as a finished life. Do not let expectations hold you hostage." This means waking up and focusing on effort alone. without being emotionally tied to how things unfold. It means working hard, but not needing to succeed. It means giving your best, but not depending on a reward. It means living fully, without letting external events dictate inner peace. Most people do not understand that attachment to outcomes is the root of their suffering. They believe they are upset because they failed. But failure itself does not cause pain. Attachment to success does. They believe they are stressed because things did not go as planned. But plans going wrong do not cause suffering. Clinging to how things should be does. The moment you let go, the moment you stop needing things to go your way in order to be at peace, the suffering disappears. This is what the Stoics mastered. And now, so can you. Stop basing your emotions on things beyond your control. Stop attaching your self-worth to success. Stop fearing failure, because failure does not mean anything unless you make it mean something. Focus on what you can control, your effort, your discipline, your attitude. And once you have done your part, let go. Because once the arrow is in the air, it is no longer yours. Train yourself to be steady, to remain unfazed whether you succeed or fail. Give your all, but do not need a specific outcome. Work hard, but do not depend on things going your way. And when you master this, you will experience something few people ever do: true freedom. Nothing will shake you, nothing will control you, nothing will determine your peace except for what is within your hands. And once you reach that level, you will finally be untouchable. You have freed yourself from the grip of outcomes, stopped tying your emotions to success or failure, and learned that true power comes from focusing on effort alone. But the world does not reward this kind of clarity with peace. It tests it with chaos. Most people assume that if they build mental strength, life will become easier, that stress will disappear, that negativity will no longer reach them. But the truth is, the stronger you become, the more resistance you will face. Challenges do not vanish, they increase. Stress does not fade, it surrounds you. The real test is not avoiding chaos, it is learning how to absorb it without becoming it. Most people are completely controlled by their environment. When things are calm, they feel calm. When things are chaotic, they fall apart. They take in negativity and let it poison them. They absorb stress and let it change how they think, how they feel, how they act. They react to the world instead of choosing how they move through it. And because of this, they are not in control. They are puppets, pulled by every crisis, every insult, every unexpected turn. But the Stoic does not live this way. The Stoic trains to remain still in the storm, to internalize chaos without letting it take hold, to move through fire without being burned. Marcus Aurelius, who ruled in a time of war, betrayal, and constant uncertainty, reminded himself daily, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." He understood that external conditions are always unstable. People are unpredictable. Plans fall apart. Disasters strike without warning. If peace is dependent on order, it will never last. The only way to be free is to remain steady, regardless of what happens. Most people crumble under stress because they do not know how to process it. They take every problem personally, every failure as an attack, every challenge as proof that life is against them. They absorb negativity and hold on to it, letting it fester, letting it shape their emotions. But the wise do not resist chaos, and they do not let it own them either. They absorb it, process it, and remain unchanged. Seneca compared life to a raging storm. He said, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials." The person who expects life to be calm is living in denial. Difficulty is not an interruption. It is the default state of life. And yet, people spend all their energy trying to make everything easier instead of training themselves to handle anything. They think peace comes from avoiding hardship, but real peace comes from knowing that hardship cannot break you. Most people take on the energy of their environment. If they are surrounded by stress, they become stressed. If people are angry around them, they absorb that anger. If there is negativity, they reflect it. They are like mirrors, constantly changing based on what they see. But the Stoic is different. The Stoic is a filter, not a mirror. They take in the world, but they do not allow it to shape them. They choose which emotions to accept, which thoughts to entertain, which energy to reflect. Epictetus, who had every reason to be bitter about life, did not let his suffering control him. He said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." People assume that their emotions are automatic, that stress is just something that happens, that negativity is unavoidable. But emotions are not forced upon you. They are chosen. Stress is not something external. It is how you process difficulty. Chaos is not a force that invades your mind. It is something you allow in. Most people do not realize how much control they have. They assume that if life is stressful, they must be stressed. If someone insults them, they must be offended. If things are uncertain, they must be anxious. But this is an illusion. The mind does not have to be controlled by external conditions. It does not have to take in everything it sees. The world can be on fire, but the person who has trained themselves properly will remain steady, watching without being consumed, moving through chaos without becoming part of it. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have within you the power to remain undisturbed, even in the face of turmoil." This is the ultimate form of control. Most people let the outside world dictate their inner world. If life is unstable, their mind is unstable. If people are cruel, their emotions become cruel. They think they are responding to reality, but they are only reacting to noise. The person who learns to filter chaos, to absorb stress without becoming it, moves through life untouchable. Seneca warned that stress is often just a failure to control focus. He said, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." People do not just experience stress, they multiply it. They take a single problem and replay it in their mind until it grows bigger than it really is. They take a moment of difficulty and turn it into days of suffering. They amplify negativity instead of neutralizing it. But the mind can be trained to stop this process, to remain still even when the world is spinning. Most people respond to chaos by either fighting it or being consumed by it. They react aggressively, trying to control everything, trying to force stability. Or they let it break them, collapsing under the weight of uncertainty, drowning in stress. But the Stoic does neither. The Stoic observes, processes, and chooses. They do not waste energy resisting reality, and they do not let reality dictate their peace. They move through disorder with the calm of someone who knows that no amount of stress will ever change what is already happening. Epictetus advised people to practice emotional distance. He said, "Detach yourself from events as a spectator rather than a participant." This does not mean indifference. It means perspective. It means understanding that no matter how overwhelming something feels, it is still just an event, still just a moment, still just something happening outside of you. And if it is outside of you, then it does not have to own you. Most people live as if every problem is life or death. They turn inconveniences into crises, minor setbacks into disasters. They let the energy of the world dictate their emotions. But the person who has trained their mind does not react this way. They see problems as problems, nothing more. They see difficulty as a test, not a curse. They see stress as something to navigate, not something to absorb. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that everything is temporary, including stress. He wrote, "Soon you will have forgotten everything. Soon everything will have forgotten you." This is the ultimate perspective shift. The things that seem overwhelming today will not even be remembered in a year. The problems that feel unbearable now will eventually pass. The person who internalizes this does not panic when things go wrong. They do not waste energy fighting what cannot be changed. They do not let temporary chaos control them. Most people never train themselves to handle stress, and because of this, stress owns them. They move through life like leaves in the wind, tossed in every direction by circumstances beyond their control. But those who master the ability to internalize chaos without becoming it move differently. They are the steady ones in the storm, the calm ones in the fire, the ones who walk through disaster without losing themselves. This is what the Stoics mastered. And now, so can you. Stop letting stress dictate your emotions. Stop reacting to negativity as if it is something you must carry. Stop letting the world control your inner state. Train yourself to absorb what is useful, to release what is not, and to move forward with clarity no matter how unstable things become. Because once you master this, you will discover something rare, absolute peace, even in the middle of absolute chaos. You have trained your mind to stand still in the chaos, to absorb stress without becoming it, to navigate disorder without losing control. But there is still one final step that separates those who are strong from those who are truly untouchable: the willingness to take radical responsibility for your own mind. Most people live as prisoners, not because the world has trapped them, but because they refuse to own their thoughts, their emotions, their reactions. They spend their lives blaming others, pointing at circumstances, shifting responsibility onto everything but themselves. They believe that their suffering is caused by outside forces, that peace is something external, that happiness is something given. But this is a lie, and until you stop believing it, you will never be free. The Stoics understood that real power comes from never blaming anything outside yourself for your state of mind. No person, no event, no circumstance has the ability to control you unless you allow it to. Marcus Aurelius, who faced betrayals, wars, and the burden of ruling an empire, reminded himself daily, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This is the core of radical responsibility. It is the understanding that no matter what happens, you are the one who decides how you think, how you feel, how you respond. Most people will never accept this level of responsibility. They will continue to blame their past for their weaknesses, their bosses for their frustrations, their relationships for their emotions. They will believe that if only things were different, they would be happier. But this is an illusion. A person who blames the world for their suffering will always suffer because they have given away control. They have placed their peace in the hands of others. They have allowed life to dictate how they feel. Seneca warned against blaming external forces for internal struggles. He said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, who is poor." This means that suffering is not about what happens to you, it is about how you interpret it. A person who believes they are a victim will always be one, not because the world is against them, but because they have chosen to see themselves that way. A person who believes that happiness is something others can take from them will never be happy, because they have made it dependent on things they do not control. Most people assume that responsibility means control over the world. But control over the world is an illusion. Nothing outside of you is fully yours to command. People will act how they choose. Circumstances will shift without warning. Events will unfold in ways you do not expect. But none of this matters, because while you may not control the world, you always control your response to it. And if you master that, you master everything. Epictetus, who was born a slave and had every reason to blame others for his suffering, refused to do so. He said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." This is the truth that most people avoid. They want freedom, but they do not want responsibility. They want power, but they do not want ownership of their own minds. They want peace, but they are unwilling to stop blaming the world for their lack of it. But the person who takes full responsibility, who refuses to point fingers, who stops expecting others to change, who accepts that their thoughts, their emotions, their mindset are entirely their own doing, becomes untouchable. Most people think that suffering comes from circumstances, but suffering comes from resisting responsibility. People suffer when they believe that others must act a certain way for them to be happy. They suffer when they expect life to be fair. They suffer when they assume that someone else is responsible for their emotions, for their peace, for their success. But the moment you realize that no one is coming to save you, that no one is responsible for your mindset except you, something shifts. You stop waiting, you stop blaming, you stop expecting, and you start owning everything. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that nothing was owed to him. He wrote, "You are not entitled to a perfect life. You are not entitled to an easy path. You are only entitled to control your mind." The weak believe that life should give them what they want. The strong accept that life owes them nothing, and they move forward regardless. The weak wait for the world to change. The strong change themselves. The weak expect others to behave a certain way. The strong adjust and adapt, knowing that expectations are a form of self-imposed suffering. Most people will never reach this level of clarity. They will continue to live as if they have no choice. They will tell themselves that their emotions are automatic, that their reactions are just who they are, that their struggles are because of what others have done. But none of this is true, and those who refuse to take responsibility will remain trapped, not because the world has imprisoned them, but because they have chosen to stay inside their own mental cage. Seneca compared life to a journey where the only real challenge is the traveler's own mind. He said, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." This means that struggle is not something to complain about. It is something to use. The person who takes responsibility for their mind does not see obstacles as unfair. They do not see difficulty as something that should not exist. They see every challenge as an opportunity to prove themselves, every setback as fuel for growth. They do not waste time asking, "Why did this happen to me?" They ask, "How can I use this?" Most people will continue to fight reality, blaming their misfortunes, complaining about what is unfair, waiting for life to become easier. But the person who takes radical responsibility does not fight reality. They accept it fully. They do not demand that life be different. They do not waste energy blaming anything or anyone. They use what is given, take ownership of their response, and move forward without excuses. Epictetus taught that the most powerful mindset is one that expects nothing from others. He said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." This means that if you are truly free, you do not need approval. You do not need people to understand you. You do not need anyone else to change for you to feel at peace. You simply take control of your own mind, your own actions, your own perception. And once you do this, no one can affect you. Most suffering comes from believing that external things control internal states. But the truth is, external things have no power over you. People's words do not hurt you. Your interpretation of them does. Situations do not make you angry. Your judgment of them does. Challenges do not break you. Your resistance to them does. The moment you take full responsibility, you stop reacting emotionally to what happens outside of you. You stop waiting for life to be different. You stop depending on anything other than yourself. And because of this, you become unstoppable. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that he was the only one responsible for his emotions. He wrote, "If you are distressed by anything, it is not the thing itself that troubles you, but your judgment of it." This is the foundation of true strength. If you suffer, it is not because of the world. It is because of how you have chosen to see it. And if suffering is a choice, then peace is also a choice. And that choice belongs to you and you alone. Most people will never accept this. They will continue to seek excuses, to look for someone to blame, to avoid responsibility because it is easier to play the victim. But those who take radical responsibility will experience something rare, absolute freedom. No person will have power over them. No event will dictate their emotions. No circumstance will control their peace, because they will know, fully and without question, that nothing outside of them is responsible for their mind. This is what the Stoics mastered, and now, so can you. Stop blaming, stop waiting, stop looking outside yourself for answers. Own everything, your emotions, your mindset, your reactions. Take full responsibility for your thoughts, because they are the only thing that is truly yours. And once you do, you will realize something most people never will. You were free all along. You have taken full responsibility for your mind, removed all blame, and freed yourself from the illusion that anything outside of you controls your emotions. But there is still one final trap that keeps people restless, chasing something they will never truly catch: the pursuit of happiness. Society has convinced people that happiness is the ultimate goal, that life is about pleasure, that feeling good is the purpose of existence. And because of this, most people waste their entire lives running after something that is always out of reach. They believe that if they just acquire more, achieve more, experience more, they will finally be fulfilled. But the Stoics knew better. They understood that happiness, as most people define it, is an illusion. The real goal is not pleasure, not excitement, not fleeting moments of joy. The real goal is tranquility, a deep, unshakable state of inner peace that does not depend on circumstances, that does not rise and fall with emotions, that remains steady no matter what happens. Most people spend their lives on a treadmill, always reaching for the next thing that they believe will make them happy. They think happiness is in the next promotion, the next relationship, the next achievement. But every time they reach it, they find that the feeling fades, that the satisfaction is temporary, that the void is still there. So they set a new goal, find a new thing to chase, and the cycle repeats. This is why so many people feel empty despite having everything they thought they wanted. They are trapped in the illusion that happiness is something to be obtained, when in reality it is something that must be let go of. Seneca warned against chasing happiness because he knew it was unstable. He said, "The foolish man seeks happiness in the distance, the wise grows it under his feet." The moment you attach happiness to external things, you have already lost, because external things are always changing. Money can be lost, love can fade, success can disappear overnight, and if your happiness depends on these things, then your peace is as fragile as they are. But the person who seeks tranquility instead of happiness does not suffer from this. They do not attach their emotions to outcomes. They do not depend on things outside of themselves. They cultivate a steady, peaceful mind that remains unshaken by gain or loss. Most people assume that pleasure and fulfillment are the same thing. But pleasure is temporary. It is a high, a spike in emotion, something that feels good for a moment and then fades. Fulfillment is different. It is deeper, longer lasting, and not dependent on circumstances. A person chasing pleasure is constantly moving, always restless, never satisfied. A person who has found fulfillment is still, content, unbothered by whether things go their way or not. The Stoics understood that the constant pursuit of happiness is actually a form of suffering. The more you crave it, the more you fear its loss. The more you chase it, the more you realize it is never enough. The only way to win is to step off the path entirely and stop playing the game. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that happiness is unreliable. He wrote, "It is not events that disturb people, but their judgments about them." People assume that happiness comes from what happens to them, but this is false. A person can be wealthy and miserable, famous and depressed, loved by many, and still feel empty. Happiness does not come from circumstances. It comes from perception, and perception can be trained. If a person learns to cultivate inner peace, to be content with less, to detach from the need for pleasure, then they experience something much greater than happiness. They experience freedom. Most people think happiness is found in indulgence. They believe that the more they experience, the more they consume, the more they satisfy their desires, the happier they will be. But this is a lie. The more a person indulges, the more they need to indulge just to feel the same level of satisfaction. Pleasure, like any addiction, always demands more. It never stops. The Stoics knew that real peace comes from the opposite approach, not from giving in to every desire, but from reducing desires altogether. Seneca advised practicing voluntary simplicity, not because he rejected comfort, but because he understood that attachment to comfort makes a person weak. He said, "He who needs riches is poor." A person who needs pleasure is always vulnerable. If they need wealth to feel secure, then they are never truly secure. If they need recognition to feel valuable, then their self-worth is in someone else's hands. But a person who trains themselves to need nothing cannot be shaken. They enjoy pleasure when it comes, but they do not depend on it. They experience success, but they are not defined by it. They do not resist happiness, but they do not chase it either. And because of this, they remain steady when others are lost. Most people fear boredom. They assume that if they are not constantly entertained, constantly stimulated, constantly chasing something, then they are missing out on life. But this is only because they have never trained themselves to be at peace with stillness. The mind that is always running is the mind that is always suffering. A person who needs constant stimulation has no control over their emotions, because the moment they are alone with their thoughts, they feel uneasy, restless, empty. The Stoics trained themselves to be comfortable in silence, to find joy in simplicity, to detach from the constant need for more. They understood that the person who can sit alone in stillness, without distraction, without craving, without longing for anything, is the only person who is truly free. Epictetus, who lived through hardship most people could not endure, understood that chasing happiness is a form of weakness. He said, "Freedom is not achieved by satisfying desires, but by eliminating them." This is the opposite of what most people believe. They think that freedom comes from having everything they want. But the person who needs nothing is freer than the person who has everything, because the person who needs nothing cannot be controlled. They cannot be manipulated. They cannot be broken by loss. They do not wake up every morning searching for something to make them feel good. They already have everything they need within their own mind. Most people assume that abandoning the pursuit of happiness means living without joy. But this is not true. The person who no longer needs happiness is actually the one who experiences it most, because their happiness is not fragile. It is not dependent on success. It is not controlled by the opinions of others. It is not something they have to chase. It is simply there, steady, unaffected by the ups and downs of life. This is the kind of happiness the Stoics valued, not the fleeting rush of excitement, but the deep, lasting contentment that comes from needing nothing. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that the only real power a person has is over their own mind. He wrote, "Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking." People believe that happiness is something to be found, something to be earned, something that requires more. But happiness, as the world defines it, is an illusion. It is an endless cycle of wanting, chasing, gaining, and losing. The only way to escape is to reject the game entirely. Most people will never do this. They will continue to chase, to crave, to attach their peace to things outside of themselves. They will experience moments of joy, followed by long periods of longing. They will ride the highs and lows, believing that one day, if they just get everything right, they will finally feel complete. But those who embrace the Stoic way will experience something few people ever do: true, lasting tranquility. They will not chase. They will not crave. They will not be pulled by the illusion of happiness. They will simply be fully content, fully at peace, no longer controlled by the need for more. This is what the Stoics mastered. And now, so can you. Stop chasing pleasure. Stop believing that happiness is something you must seek. Let go of the idea that fulfillment is found in things outside of you. Train your mind to be content with less, to detach from the endless pursuit of more, to remain steady whether life is joyful or difficult. And when you do, you will realize something most people never will. Happiness was never the goal. Peace was. And peace was always within your reach. You have broken free from the illusion of happiness, no longer chasing fleeting pleasure, no longer seeking fulfillment in things outside yourself. But there is still one force that keeps people weak, one habit that steals their power and makes them vulnerable: the inability to pause before reacting. Most people do not think, they only react. They hear something that offends them, and they lash out. They experience a problem, and they panic. They face an obstacle, and they complain. Their emotions control them instead of the other way around. They live in a constant state of reactivity, slaves to every impulse, every thought, every external trigger. And because of this, they are easy to manipulate, easy to provoke, easy to break. The Stoics understood that power comes not from action alone, but from controlled action. They knew that a person who reacts without thinking is a person who is controlled by the world, by circumstances, by emotions. But a person who pauses before responding, who creates space between stimulus and reaction, who chooses their response rather than letting it be dictated by impulse, this is the person who cannot be shaken. Marcus Aurelius, who faced endless betrayals, political attacks, and the weight of ruling an empire, trained himself to never react emotionally. He reminded himself daily, "You always have the power to decide what you make of a situation." Most people assume that emotions are automatic, that anger is inevitable, that frustration is justified. But emotions are not something that happen to you. They are something you allow. The moment you react without thinking, you give up control. But the moment you pause, even for a second, you reclaim it. Most people sabotage themselves by speaking or acting too quickly. They let anger dictate their words. They let frustration drive their decisions. They let fear control their actions. And then they regret it. They damage relationships. They make poor choices. They create unnecessary problems, all because they could not pause long enough to see the bigger picture. The Stoic, however, does not rush. They take a moment, they breathe, they observe. They do not let a passing emotion make a permanent decision. Seneca warned that most mistakes come not from ignorance, but from impulsiveness. He said, "The greatest remedy for anger is delay." People assume that strength is in fast action, in immediate responses, in quick decisions. But real strength is in deliberation, in patience, in the ability to hold back when emotions demand otherwise. A person who pauses before speaking is always more powerful than the one who blurts out the first thing that comes to mind. A person who pauses before acting is always more in control than the one who rushes forward without thinking. Most people react because they are ruled by emotions. They take insults personally. They let minor inconveniences ruin their day. They let the smallest frustration throw them off course. They act as if they have no choice, as if they must respond immediately. But this is false. There is always a choice. There is always a moment where you can decide. The difference between the strong and the weak is that the strong take that moment. Epictetus, who had every reason to react with bitterness toward life, refused to let emotions control him. He said, "If someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation." This is what most people do not understand. No one makes you angry. No one forces you to react. You do that yourself. And if you are controlled by emotions, it is because you allow yourself to be controlled. But the person who masters the pause does not give in to these impulses. They remain steady. They observe. They choose. Most conflicts, most regrets, most unnecessary suffering come from people who do not take a moment before responding. They say things they do not mean. They act out of frustration. They make emotional decisions that lead to unnecessary problems. But those who train themselves to pause never have this issue. They are never pulled into meaningless fights, never baited into arguments, never forced into choices they later regret. They always remain in control, always ahead of those who react without thinking. Marcus Aurelius trained himself to create space between what happens and how he responds. He wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Most people allow outside events to dictate their emotions, but the person who masters the pause never does. They hear an insult, and instead of reacting, they pause. They face a challenge, and instead of panicking, they pause. They feel frustration rise, and instead of letting it control them, they pause. And in that pause, they make a choice that weak people never make. Most people assume that reacting quickly is a sign of intelligence, that responding immediately is a sign of strength. But this is not true. The smartest and strongest people in history all understood the power of restraint. They knew that reacting too quickly leads to errors, that responding with emotion clouds judgment, that moving without thinking creates chaos. The Stoics trained themselves to pause before acting, to slow down when emotions rise, to respond rather than react. Seneca advised practicing silence when emotions are high. He said, "Speech should be slow and thoughtful, never driven by impulse." Most people speak too quickly. They assume that because they feel something, they must express it immediately. But this is how mistakes are made. Words spoken in anger cannot be taken back. Decisions made in frustration often lead to regret. The person who trains themselves to wait, to reflect, to speak only when necessary, will always have the upper hand. Most arguments could be avoided if people simply paused before responding. Most bad decisions could be prevented if people simply took a moment before acting. Most suffering could be eliminated if people simply waited before letting emotions dictate their next move. But because people do not practice this skill, they remain slaves to their impulses. They act first and think later, and they pay for it. Epictetus advised viewing emotions like waves. He said, "You are not your feelings, you are the observer of them." This means that emotions come and go, but they do not have to be followed. They do not have to dictate actions. A person who reacts immediately is a person who is carried away by every wave. But a person who pauses is like a rock in the ocean, steady, unmoved, unaffected by the chaos around them. Most people will never develop this ability. They will continue to lash out when provoked, continue to make quick decisions based on fear, continue to let emotions drive their actions, and because of this, they will continue to suffer. But those who train themselves to pause will rise above this. They will not be manipulated. They will not be provoked. They will not be rushed into bad decisions. They will control their own mind, their own actions, their own words. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that patience was the key to wisdom. He wrote, "Think before you act. Speak only what is necessary. Delay judgment." Most people do the opposite. They act without thinking. They speak without restraint. They judge too quickly. And because of this, they live in constant regret, always wishing they had waited, always wishing they had taken a moment before reacting. But the person who trains themselves to pause never has this problem. They remain calm, rational, untouchable. Most people will never understand this. They will continue to be controlled by emotions, reacting without thinking, speaking without pausing, acting without considering the consequences. But those who master the pause will experience something most never will: absolute control over their own mind. They will not be ruled by impulse. They will not be dragged into unnecessary conflict. They will move through life with precision, always a step ahead, always in control. This is what the Stoics mastered. And now, so can you. Stop reacting. Stop speaking without thinking. Stop making decisions based on fleeting emotions. Train yourself to pause, to breathe, to wait before responding. And when you do, you will discover something rare: the power to control not just yourself, but the world around you. Because the person who does not react emotionally is the person who is always in control. You have trained yourself to pause before reacting, to control your emotions instead of being controlled by them, to move through life with clarity rather than impulse. But there is still one thing that keeps most people trapped in suffering: their refusal to accept loss before it happens. Most people live in fear of things breaking, people leaving, plans failing. They attach themselves so tightly to what they have that the very thought of losing it causes stress. They resist the natural flow of life, believing that if they hold on hard enough, they can prevent change. But this is an illusion, and the more they resist, the more they suffer. The Stoics understood something most people ignore. Everything you love will eventually be lost. Everything you own, everyone you know, even your own body, will one day be gone. And the key to freedom is not avoiding this truth, but embracing it. There is a famous Buddhist teaching that says, "The glass is already broken." When you drink from a cup, you do not think about it shattering, but in reality, it is already broken. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually it will slip, crack, or be lost. If you accept this now, when the day comes, you do not suffer, because you knew it was coming. You did not resist reality. You were prepared. Most suffering is not caused by loss itself, but by the shock of it. People assume that what they have today will be there forever. They assume that relationships will last, that money will always flow, that health will remain strong, but nothing is permanent. And when reality reminds them of this, they collapse. They grieve not just because something is gone, but because they never prepared for the possibility of losing it. The Stoic does not make this mistake. The Stoic does not just accept loss, they expect it. Seneca warned against believing that anything truly belongs to you. He said, "What fortune has given you, fortune can take away." This is not meant to create pessimism, it is meant to create freedom. A person who expects nothing to last is never broken when it doesn't. They enjoy what they have while they have it, but they do not cling. They do not beg life to let them keep things that were never truly theirs. And because of this, they are untouchable. Most people tie their happiness to what they possess. They believe that if they just keep everything intact, relationships, wealth, status, they will be fine. But deep down, they are always afraid. They live in constant anxiety, terrified of losing what they depend on. They do not sleep peacefully because they are always guarding their treasures. But the Stoic does not guard what was never theirs to keep. They love fully, they engage completely, but they hold nothing so tightly that losing it destroys them. Marcus Aurelius trained himself to see everything as temporary. He wrote, "Soon you will have forgotten everything. Soon everything will have forgotten you." This is not a depressing thought. It is a liberating one. It means that nothing is so important that it should disturb your peace. It means that no loss should shake you, because you have already accepted its inevitability. Most people fight against loss, trying to control what is not theirs to control. They argue with reality, demanding that things stay the same. But this resistance only deepens suffering. A person who understands that everything is already broken does not fear when it finally shatters. They do not waste time mourning what was always meant to change. They take what is given, enjoy it fully, and release it when the time comes. Epictetus, who lived through slavery and hardship, understood this deeply. He said, "Never say of anything, 'I have lost it,' but instead, 'It has been returned.'" This is the mindset that makes a person unshakable. They do not see loss as something being taken from them. They see it as life reclaiming what was never theirs to own. A loved one leaves. That was always going to happen. A job disappears. It was never permanent to begin with. Money is lost. It was never a guarantee. This is not about apathy. It is about clarity. Most people will never reach this level of acceptance. They will continue to fight against reality, to grasp at things that were never in their hands to begin with, and because of this, they will continue to suffer. But those who internalize this truth will experience something rare, peace in the face of loss. They will not be shaken when things end. They will not collapse when people leave. They will not resist when life changes. They will move through the world untethered, unattached, free. Seneca compared life to a loan. He said, You have been entrusted with certain things, but they were never truly yours. Most people live as if they own the things they love, as if they are entitled to them forever. But life does not work this way. Everything is on loan, your possessions, your relationships, even your body. And one day, life will collect what it has lent you. The only question is whether you will accept it with grace or with suffering. Most fear is rooted in attachment. People fear losing loved ones because they believe they cannot live without them. They fear financial hardship because they believe money defines their security. They fear change because they believe stability is necessary for happiness. But all of this is an illusion. Nothing outside of you is permanent, and the sooner you accept this, the sooner you will be free from fear. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that everything was already gone. He wrote, "Think of yourself as dead. You have lived your life. Now take what is left and live it properly." This is how the Stoic sees the world. They do not take anything for granted. They do not assume that tomorrow will come. They do not expect permanence, and because of this, they live more fully than anyone else. They do not delay love, because they know it can be taken. They do not postpone action, because they know time is short. They do not waste energy clinging, because they know everything is already slipping away. Most people will continue to believe in permanence. They will continue to resist change, to be shocked when things do not last, to suffer over losses that were always inevitable. But those who train themselves to see the world as it truly is will not live this way. They will embrace the temporary nature of everything. They will love without attachment. They will engage without fear. They will move through life fully present, never waiting, never holding back, never wasting time trying to prevent what cannot be prevented. Epictetus advised practicing this mindset every day. He said, "When you kiss your child, say to yourself, 'Perhaps he will die tomorrow.'" This is not about morbid thinking. It is about appreciation. Most people do not truly value what they have because they assume it will always be there. But when you remind yourself that everything is temporary, you cherish it more. You do not waste time on meaningless arguments. You do not take people for granted. You do not spend your days lost in trivial concerns. You live with urgency, with clarity, with deep gratitude for what is here now. Most people live in fear of losing what they love. But the person who has already accepted loss does not suffer when it comes. They have rehearsed it in their mind. They have made peace with it before it happens. And when it does, they do not break. They remain steady. They move forward. They do not cling to what is gone. They do not mourn endlessly for what was always temporary. They carry on, not because they do not care, but because they understand. This is what the Stoics mastered. And now, so can you. Stop expecting things to last. Stop believing that anything is yours to keep. See the world as it truly is, temporary, fleeting, already broken. And when you do, you will experience something most people never will: freedom from suffering, freedom from fear, freedom to live fully now, without hesitation, without resistance, without the weight of attachment. Because once you accept that the glass is already broken, you are finally free. You have learned to accept loss before it happens, freed yourself from the illusion of permanence, and let go of attachment to things that were never truly yours. But there is still one force that keeps most people weak, one habit that wastes their energy and dilutes their influence: the inability to control their words. Most people speak too much and say too little. They fill the silence with noise, desperate to be heard, desperate to prove something, desperate to validate themselves. They react emotionally, talk before thinking, and believe that speaking more makes them stronger. But the Stoics understood a deeper truth. Real power is found in restraint. The world is full of people who talk without thinking, who ramble without purpose, who use words carelessly. They expose their weaknesses without realizing it. They argue over trivial things. They try to impress others with empty words, and in doing so, they lose respect, they lose credibility, they lose the ability to truly influence. The Stoic does not make this mistake. The Stoic does not waste words. They do not speak to fill space. They do not use language as a way to seek approval. They speak only when necessary, and when they do, every word carries weight. Marcus Aurelius trained himself to be measured in speech. He wrote, "Say only what is necessary. Speak only what is true." Most people do the opposite. They speak to hear themselves. They speak to force their opinions on others. They speak to mask their insecurities. But the more a person talks, the more they reveal. And the more they reveal, the weaker they become. A person who speaks without control shows their emotions too easily, exposes their flaws too openly, and loses the respect of those who listen. Most arguments, most regrets, most unnecessary conflicts come from people who do not control their words. They speak in anger, they speak out of pride, they speak to defend their ego, and then they suffer the consequences. They lose trust. They damage relationships. They say things they cannot take back. But those who have mastered their tongue do not face these problems. They do not rush to respond. They do not blurt out whatever comes to mind. They pause, they consider, and they choose their words with precision. Seneca warned against reckless speech. He said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we may listen more and speak less." People assume that speaking makes them powerful, that being the loudest in the room means they are in control. But true control is found in silence. The person who listens more than they speak always has the advantage. They gather information while others waste their breath. They understand people while others reveal too much. They gain respect while others lose it. Most people fear silence. They assume that if they do not speak, they will be overlooked, that their opinions will not matter. So they rush to fill every gap in conversation, never realizing that in doing so, they weaken their presence. A person who is always talking is never truly heard. But a person who speaks rarely, who chooses their words carefully, who only speaks when necessary, this is the person people listen to. This is the person who commands respect. Epictetus, who lived through hardship and knew the power of restraint, understood this deeply. He said, "If you wish to be strong, first learn to be silent." Most people will never understand this. They will continue to talk too much, to reveal too much, to waste their energy on words that do nothing. But those who learn to control their speech will move through life differently. They will not waste time in meaningless debates. They will not speak just to be noticed. They will not feel the need to explain themselves when silence is enough. And because of this, they will always be in control. Most conflicts can be avoided if a person simply learns to say less. Most misunderstandings can be prevented by listening more. Most mistakes can be erased by pausing before speaking. But because people do not train themselves in this, they remain at the mercy of their own words. They regret what they say. They damage their credibility. They lose the respect of those around them. But the person who has trained themselves to speak less, but say more, never has this problem. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily to keep his words sharp and minimal. He wrote, "Do not argue with fools. Do not speak unless it improves the silence." A person who follows this principle is never caught in pointless debates. never dragged into unnecessary conflict, never baited into arguments that do not serve them. They say only what is needed, and because of this, their words are valued. Most people believe that persuasion comes from saying more, that influence is about talking louder, that respect is earned through constant assertion. But the truth is the opposite. The more a person speaks, the more their words lose value. The more they explain, the weaker they seem. The more they try to prove themselves, the more desperate they appear. But the person who speaks with restraint does not have this issue. When they talk, people listen. When they give their opinion, it is taken seriously. Because they do not waste words, their words matter. Seneca advised using words as tools, not as weapons. He said, "A wise man speaks because he has something to say. A fool speaks because he has to say something." Most people speak out of compulsion. They do not think before they talk. They react emotionally. They ramble without purpose. They speak just to fill space. But this is not strength. This is weakness. A person who cannot control their speech cannot control their life. A person who speaks out of impulse is ruled by impulse. But a person who speaks deliberately, who knows when to stay silent, who uses words with precision, this is the person who cannot be manipulated, who cannot be baited, who cannot be outmaneuvered. Most suffering caused by words is self-inflicted. People create enemies by saying too much. They invite conflict by speaking carelessly. They lose opportunities by revealing things they should have kept to themselves. But the Stoic does not suffer from this. The Stoic understands that every word has power, that speaking less means being more in control, that silence is often the most powerful response. Epictetus warned that the more a person speaks, the more they reveal their weaknesses. He said, "Be silent, or say something better than silence." This is the ultimate test of self-control. The person who speaks only when necessary is never caught in contradictions, never exposed by their own words, never weakened by what they say. They remain composed, measured, always in control of the conversation, always respected by those who listen. Most people will never understand this. They will continue to talk too much, to expose themselves unnecessarily, to weaken their position by speaking without thinking. But those who master their words will experience something most never will: true influence. They will not waste energy on pointless discussions. They will not feel the need to defend themselves at every turn. They will move through life with the quiet confidence of someone who knows that speech is a weapon best used sparingly. Marcus Aurelius trained himself to avoid unnecessary speech, knowing that most words are wasted. He wrote, "Let your words be few and measured." This is the mindset of those who command respect. They do not beg for attention with excessive talking. They do not try to win arguments with endless words. They do not waste their breath on those who do not deserve it. They speak with intention, and because of this, their words are valued. Most people believe that if they speak less, they will be forgotten. But the truth is, the person who speaks only when necessary is the person people remember most. Their words stand out because they are rare. Their presence is stronger because it is not diluted by constant chatter. Their influence is deeper because they have trained themselves to only say what matters. This is what the Stoics mastered. And now, so can you. Stop talking just to talk. Stop explaining yourself to people who do not deserve an explanation. Stop wasting words on arguments that do not serve you. Train yourself to speak less, but say more. And when you do, you will discover something most people never will: real power, real control, and real respect. Because the person who controls their words controls their world. You have learned to control your words. to speak less but say more, to command influence not through noise but through restraint. But there is still one thing that keeps people weak, one illusion that keeps them stuck, frustrated and resentful, the belief that life should be fair. Most people spend their days complaining about the hand they were dealt, obsessing over how things should have been, wasting energy resenting circumstances they cannot change. They assume that because others have it easier, because they have suffered in ways they did not deserve, because life has not given them what they expected, they are somehow entitled to more. But this way of thinking only leads to misery. And the Stoics knew a deeper truth. Life does not owe you fairness, but it does give you the power to play your cards like a master. The world is filled with people who are paralyzed by resentment. They look at others and see privilege, see ease, see advantages they were never given. They compare their struggles to the lives of those who seem to have it all, and in doing so, they make themselves miserable. They spend more time wishing things were different than actually doing something with what they have. But the Stoic does not live this way. The Stoic does not waste time asking, "Why me?" The Stoic does not sit around waiting for fairness. The Stoic does not complain about the rules of the game. They focus on how to win anyway. Marcus Aurelius, who faced betrayal, war, and the burden of ruling an empire, reminded himself daily, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This is how a Stoic sees life. There are no bad hands, only bad players. There are no unfair circumstances, only wasted opportunities. Everything can be used. Every setback can be a lesson. Every challenge can be a stepping stone. Most people wait for life to be easy before they start living. The Stoic starts now, no matter what conditions they face. Most people sabotage themselves by believing they deserve better. They assume that because they have suffered, because they have struggled, because they have worked hard, life should reward them, and when it does not, they become bitter. But the truth is, life does not operate on fairness, it operates on reality. The strong adapt, the weak complain. The strong find ways to thrive in any situation. The weak wait for the situation to change. The strong take responsibility for their circumstances. The weak blame everything but themselves. Seneca warned against comparing lives, knowing that it leads only to envy and resentment. He said, "No man is crushed by misfortune unless he has first been deceived by prosperity." This means that suffering is only unbearable if you believe you were supposed to be spared from it. But if you accept hardship as part of the game, if you stop expecting life to be comfortable, then nothing can break you. A person who believes that struggle is unfair will always be resentful, but a person who sees struggle as a natural part of life will find ways to use it. Most people believe that if their situation were different, they would be happy. They tell themselves that if they had more money, more support, more opportunities, everything would be better. But this is an illusion. Happiness does not come from circumstances. Strength does not come from ease. Success does not come from having the perfect conditions. Some of the greatest minds in history, the strongest people, the most unbreakable individuals, were forged in suffering. They did not wait for fairness. They built strength in the unfairness. Epictetus, who was born a slave, knew this more than anyone. He said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you respond that matters." He could have spent his life angry at the world, resenting his circumstances, waiting for someone to rescue him. But he did not. He used what he had. He played the hand he was dealt. He focused not on fairness, but on what he could control. And because of that, he became one of the greatest philosophers in history. Most people are blind to the opportunities in front of them because they are too busy resenting the opportunities they wish they had. They do not see the lessons in their struggles. They do not see the strength in their hardships. They do not see the wisdom in their suffering. They are so focused on what they lack that they never use what they have. But the Stoic does not waste time in self-pity. The Stoic understands that the only thing that matters is what you do with the cards in your hand. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that resistance to reality is what causes suffering. He wrote, "Do not waste time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." People spend their days debating fairness, questioning fate, resenting their conditions. But none of this changes anything. None of this makes them stronger. None of this improves their situation. The only thing that matters is action. The only thing that matters is how you respond. Most people assume that their struggles are unique, that no one else has suffered as they have. They believe they were singled out for hardship. But struggle is not personal. Hardship is not a punishment. Life is not targeting anyone. It simply is. The difference between those who rise and those who fall is not in what they face, but in how they face it. Some use pain to build strength. Others use it as an excuse to stay weak. Some turn obstacles into wisdom. Others turn them into complaints. Seneca compared life to a battlefield. He said, "Difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body." The person who refuses to fight, who complains that the battle is unfair, who resents that others have it easier, will never be strong. But the person who embraces the fight, who sees hardship as training, who refuses to let difficulty defeat them, this is the person who wins. Most people think that if they just had a better start, if they just had fewer struggles, if they just had a little more luck, they would be happy. But the truth is, the struggle is what makes you strong. A person who has never had to fight for anything is fragile. A person who has never faced real hardship is unprepared for life. The very things people resent are the very things that could build them, if only they would stop resisting and start using them. Epictetus advised viewing life as a challenge to be mastered. He said, "Difficulties show a man to himself." This means that the way you respond to unfairness, to hardship, to the struggles you did not ask for, this is what reveals your true character. Most people fold under pressure. They complain, they blame, they quit. But the ones who refuse to break, who refuse to let life defeat them, who refuse to see themselves as victims, these are the ones who become unshakable. Most people will never understand this. They will continue to focus on what they lack. They will continue to resent the cards they were dealt. They will continue to believe that life owes them something more. And because of this, they will remain weak, angry, and unsatisfied. But those who accept the reality of life, who embrace every struggle as fuel for strength, who refuse to be defined by what they lack, these are the ones who rise. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that there was no point in fighting reality. He wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The person who masters this truth becomes unstoppable. They do not waste energy on complaints. They do not let unfairness defeat them. They do not focus on what is missing. They focus only on what they can do with what they have. And in doing so, they become something most people never will: free. This is what the Stoics mastered. And now, so can you. Stop waiting for life to be fair. Stop wasting energy on things you cannot change. Stop resenting what you were given and start using it. Train yourself to play your cards like a master, no matter how bad the hand is. And when you do, you will discover something few people ever do. That power was never in what you had. It was always in what you did with it. You have learned to play the hand you were dealt, to stop waiting for life to be fair, to turn every challenge into a tool for strength. But there is still one invisible force that keeps most people trapped, one weakness that keeps them restless, unsatisfied, and forever chasing: the illusion that more will finally be enough. Most people live as slaves to their desires. They believe that happiness is just one step away, that if they could just have more money, more success, more recognition, more comfort, then they would finally feel complete. But the Stoics understood a deeper truth: wanting less gives you more. Most people spend their lives in a state of constant craving. They chase what they do not have, believing that once they acquire it, everything will change. But no matter how much they gain, the feeling is always temporary. They get the promotion, but soon want a higher one. They buy the house, but then dream of a bigger one. They reach one milestone only to set their sights on another. The problem is not that they lack what they want. It is that wanting itself never stops. A person who always craves more will always feel empty, because they have conditioned themselves to believe that what they have is never enough. Seneca warned against chasing desires because he knew they were endless. He said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, who is truly poor." This means that poverty is not about how much you own, it is about how much you need. A person who needs nothing is richer than the person who owns everything but still wants more. The person who is never satisfied, no matter how much they accumulate, is in a far worse position than the person who has little but is content. Most people do not realize they are addicted to their own desires. They do not see how much of their stress, anxiety, and frustration comes from constantly reaching for things they do not yet have. They work jobs they hate to buy things they do not need. They sacrifice peace for the illusion of progress. They chase, they accumulate, they consume, always hoping that this will be the thing that finally makes them happy. But it never does, because external things cannot fix an internal problem. The more they get, the more they want, and the more they want, the more they suffer. Marcus Aurelius trained himself to want less because he knew it was the key to freedom. He wrote, "Very little is needed for a happy life." Most people believe the opposite. They think that happiness requires more success, more comfort, more validation. But the truth is, the less you need, the more at peace you become. A person who depends on nothing is untouchable. They are not worried about keeping up. They are not controlled by materialism. They are not chasing illusions. They have everything they need within themselves, and because of this, they cannot be shaken. Most people assume that desire is natural, that it is just part of being human. But this is only true if desire is left uncontrolled. When desire is unchecked, it turns into a prison. It forces people to constantly compare themselves to others, to always look at what they lack instead of what they have. It creates a mindset of scarcity where nothing is ever enough. The Stoic trains themselves to reduce desire, to break free from the cycle of always wanting, to be content with what is already present. Epictetus, who had no wealth and no status, understood this deeply. He said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." This means that freedom is not found in owning more. It is found in needing less. A person who needs nothing cannot be controlled. They are not desperate for validation. They are not stressed by financial insecurity. They are not enslaved by their own cravings. They move through life lightly, unattached, completely at peace with whatever comes or goes. Most suffering comes from wanting things that are out of reach. People desire success, but when they do not get it, they feel like failures. They desire approval, but when they are criticized, they feel worthless. They desire comfort, but when hardship arrives, they feel cheated. The common thread is attachment. The more a person needs, the more fragile they become. The more they crave, the more power they give to things outside of themselves. But when a person masters the discipline of desire, none of this affects them. They are immune to disappointment because they expect nothing. They are free from stress because they do not chase. They are unshakable because they already have everything they need. Seneca advised training in voluntary hardship to weaken desire. He said, "Set aside a certain number of days during which you shall be content with the scantiest fare and roughest clothing, saying to yourself, 'Is this the condition I feared?'" This practice teaches a simple but powerful truth. Most desires are not real needs. Most of what people chase is unnecessary. Most of what they believe they cannot live without is just a luxury they have become dependent on. And when they strip things down to the essentials, they realize how little is actually required for a good life. Most people believe that giving up desires means giving up joy, but the opposite is true. The person who frees themselves from unnecessary wants actually enjoys life more. They are not stressed about what they do not have. They are not obsessed with status. They are not constantly comparing themselves to others. They experience deep gratitude for what is in front of them because they are not distracted by endless craving. The person who has mastered this feels a level of peace that those who constantly chase more will never experience. Marcus Aurelius trained himself to appreciate the simplest things in life. He wrote, "Dwell on the beauty of life, watch the stars, and see yourself running with them." Most people miss the beauty of life because they are too busy looking ahead, too busy chasing, too busy focusing on what is missing. But when desire is reduced, suddenly the smallest things become sources of joy. A quiet moment, a deep breath, a simple conversation. These things, which most people overlook, become enough. And when a person reaches the point where the simplest things are enough, they have won. Most people will never understand this. They will continue to chase. They will continue to compare. They will continue to believe that happiness is always just out of reach, always in the next achievement, the next purchase, the next milestone. And because of this, they will remain restless, always feeling behind, always feeling unsatisfied. But those who learn to reduce their desires will move through life differently. They will not be controlled by advertising, by social pressure, by society's definition of success. They will not be consumed by the need for more. They will walk through life steady, content, untouchable. Epictetus reminded himself that control over desire is the key to control over life. He said, "Freedom is the control of desire." Most people are prisoners of their cravings. They spend their entire lives wanting, reaching, hoping, never realizing that the prison door was always open, that the key to freedom was always in their own hands. The moment they stop needing more, the moment they stop chasing illusions, the moment they realize that what they already have is enough, that is the moment they become truly free. Most people believe that happiness comes from gaining more, but the truth is, happiness comes from needing less. The less you crave, the less you suffer. The less you expect, the less you are disappointed. The less you need, the more powerful you become. This is what the Stoics mastered, and now so can you. Stop believing that more will finally be enough. Stop chasing things that do not matter. Stop attaching your peace to external desires. Train yourself to want less, and you will find something most people never do: absolute freedom. Because the person who wants nothing cannot be defeated. They cannot be manipulated. They cannot be made to feel incomplete. They are already whole, and once you reach that point, you will realize something most people never will. You had everything you needed all along. You have just been through the most powerful lessons of Stoicism, the ancient philosophy that turns ordinary people into unshakable forces. You have trained your mind to stand strong in chaos, to detach from what you cannot control, to expect nothing and appreciate everything. You have learned to endure hardship, to silence the noise, to speak less but say more. You now understand that happiness is not something you chase. It is something you build by letting go of unnecessary desires, by mastering your emotions, by taking full responsibility for your mind. Most people will go their entire lives without understanding these truths. They will continue to be ruled by their impulses, controlled by their fears, trapped in the endless cycle of wanting more, fearing loss, reacting without thinking. But you now have the blueprint to live differently. You have the tools to walk through life steady, untouchable, immune to the storms that break others. The only question is, what will you do with it? Knowledge is worthless without action. Strength is meaningless without practice. So here's the challenge. Pick just one lesson from everything you've learned and apply it starting today. Will you train yourself to pause before reacting? Will you reduce your desires and stop chasing illusions? Will you take full responsibility for your mind, never blaming anything outside yourself for how you feel? Whatever it is, commit to it, because the difference between knowing and becoming is doing. Now, I want to hear from you. Leave a comment below and tell me, which lesson from Stoicism hit you the hardest? What's the one thing that made you stop and rethink how you've been living? Let me know, because your insight might be exactly what someone else needs to hear. And if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel. There's more to come, more lessons, more challenges, more tools to make you mentally indestructible. Don't just consume wisdom, live it. I'll see you in the next video. Stay strong, stay stoic.